What's the news? sound, actually. Nothing. That's what I had done, that's right. That's right. There had to be a reason. See, I would never take it until it. Yeah, USCR is a merger. Well, no, it's not. Okay. You know what, guys? If you don't want to hear my feedback, it's fine. Fuck. Why did I do that right now, though? I can't believe it's not here. Good. is a 1 up or down a dollar. Ah, yes. I see. That's what I did. Okay. That's right. What's the short float? All right, guys. CLNE. Good morning, everyone. Monday, July the 7th. Good morning, everyone. July the 7th. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I don't think this noise canceling or the ambient is working at all. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, July the 7th. How about June the 7th? Wow, jumped a month. June the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, guys, so Jay, you say my screen looks clear. I haven't done anything differently. You guys can hear me? I got a couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear me. Thank you. All right, guys, so before I start, let's take a look at CARG. C-A-R-G is the trade of the week. And it is considered, now how you trade it is up to you. I can see right now. The trigger is 26.56, so it's right there now. How you trade it will be up to you, but that is the trade of the week. Kind of see, it could go either way. I mean, you look underneath, it didn't have a good day on, well, this is Friday, sorry. So it didn't have a good day on Thursday. So it could kind of go either way. Now, some of the meme stocks. AMC is just trying to tease right at $50. $50, 50. I think CLNE is one of the meme stocks again, or now. CLNE had a huge day on Friday. Actually, Thursday and Friday, big days. It did sell off, though, at the end. Take a look at this. It got up to 11.23 and closed down at 9.26. So it's having a bit of a rebound this morning. RMED, R-M-E-D. Is it still up? It's not bad. I mean, a big bottoming tail here. Not sure what the news is. Don't see any specific news on RMED. Low float, 2.67 million in the float through the 200-day moving average on Friday. So again, have to wait for the market open to see what it's going to do. Next. This is an analyst upgrade for Next, NEXT. Big float, 120 million in the float. Lots of volume already, NEXT. Morgan Stanley, actually, is Morgan Stanley upgrade, MS upgrade. So I wonder why they're getting involved in something this little. But anyway, NEXT, Morgan Stanley upgrade. All right, guys, there's AMC over 50 now. AMC just sneaking over 50, AMC. This could be interesting. Greenbox is going to join the Russell 3000. This is effective after the market opens on June 28th. So this is in the future, about 3 weeks in the future. This will be added to the S&P. I'm sorry, the Russell 3000. The Russell 3000, not the S&P. And that is Greenbox. LMNL has gapped up on FDA approval. So there's a big gap up for this. 10 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. LMNL. I'm hearing Wish. Wish on the way down. Wow, look at this. Yeah, something's happened right here. I don't see the specific news. I mean, I see at 5:40 this morning, some law firm announced a class action, but I don't see any specific news on Wish. Just looking to see if this will just rebound. Now, it's a lot of volume. A lot of volume. It's a big float, 275 million in the float. AREC. This is a rare metal play. AREC. They were able to get 99.5% purity in the rare metal that they're looking at. AREC. Lots of volume, 5 million already. Bingo, BNGO. I haven't seen this one for a while. I find this a very difficult intraday trader. BNGO. Rally continues amid CCO appointment. All right. Another meme stock, WKHS. WKHS is, it is still up. Big day on Thursday, up to $18, $18.40. Pulled all the way back to 14. Fell on Friday. Trying to recover a little bit here. AMBO. Now, a lot of the China ads are still getting beaten up. The TALs, the EDUs. But this one, they signed some kind of an agreement. So AMBO is up 14%. Lots of volume, pretty good volume. U1 was up. See if it's still up. U1 was up. I don't see any specific reason for it. Just an active trader. Now Mosey's down, M-O-S-Y. They've done a financing, and it is at $7.15, so it's a little bit above the financing price, MOSY. I saw Fubo is having a bit of a surge this morning, FUBO. So there are some of the active ones this morning, guys. CDXC, I forgot to mention that one. Let's see if it's still up there. CDXC, Chromadex. And the answer is, it's still up there. Some kind of a deal with Walmart, WMT, so a deal with Walmart. All right, guys, it's 9:12. Let me just see if there are any upgrades and downgrades this morning. I know there will be some, but let's see if they've arrived in my email. And there they are. Okay, let's take a look. Some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. Very few upgrades, a few more downgrades, but not many of each. There's that upgrade from Morgan Stanley for Next. I have to check to see if they actually put a price target on it. Okay, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. I see the downgrades for those China education stocks, TAL and EDU from Credit Suisse. All right, guys, there are the upgrades. There are the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Let me see if I can find on Next. I want to see if Morgan Stanley actually put a they put a $6 target on it. Okay, they put a $6 target on Next, NEXT. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but Yeah, thank you. AKG Boba 2000. Must be a reason for that. So guys, I played around with our docking on the weekend. This is what I'm using. Again, this is my pre-market scan. There are still some issues. I think today is a development meeting that I attend, the monthly one. I'm going to find out exactly what's going on with it, but there were some issues that there's no way it could be released yet, in case you guys are going to ask me that. All right, guys, AMC on the move here. See if it leaves 50 really behind again. What was the high on Friday? 57.42. And guys, I added a couple of scans to my scan section. Ones we talked about on Friday. If you're in the room on Friday, to show you what it looks like. Well, you won't see this. This is in the doc version, but you'll see the individual scans. So I added the biggest pull-up on losers and the biggest pull-backs on winners. Okay, so those are two individual scans that I did add. And I actually readjusted the basic new highs and lows, so everything should look exactly what you see on my screen now from those scans. I changed, close to the open, things like that. But these two, I'm going to watch these this morning or sometime today, looking for the biggest pull-ups on losers and the biggest pullbacks on winners. And those are two scans that I did add. RMED, well, let's take a look at RMED. Okay, so I'm not sure, Rob. I mean, I'm looking here at our charts. I mean, it says 666 right here. It doesn't say 488. Yeah, are you on a delay with the trade ideas, a 15-minute delay? The other thing is, yeah, I know it's exactly what's happened is you are looking, that was the close on Friday. So if you're looking at a top list, you have to make sure your top list says live always. Okay, as opposed to, so, for instance here, when you right click on time frame, you see it says live always, as opposed to live during market hours. That's why you're not getting that update. It must be in an alert window, right? Or, sorry, a top list window. Or in here, yeah. You've got to make sure you have include pre and post market. Okay? Just give me a moment, please. OSUR, let's see what Zach is talking about. A little topsy-turvy here, a big topping tail, big bottoming tail, direction unknown. Guys, AMC now is zipping higher. 50 in its dust so far. Yeah, I'm not sure why I didn't see leads. No, I see it now. Maybe it was just, yeah, I didn't really see leads this morning, but definitely, yeah. I mean, 26.45, 1.2 million shares. I mean, this is easily going to trade the float. Had a great day. Well, Thursday and Friday, I sort of temper it, but, great looking days except for these topping tails. So again, what does it mean? It means that at one point this was way up here and the sellers knocked it down. I mean, that's a big knockdown, guys. I mean, look at leads. I mean, it was up to 28.75 and the sellers knocked it all the way down to 28 or 20. The day before, that on Thursday, 21.25 they had it up to, and the sellers knocked it down to 15. These are big sell-offs. So be careful. Definitely be careful on the leads, based on what happened the last 2 days. And that's what happens, you have such a low float. No, I do not trade currency. This is not a Forex site. No futures, just stocks. I was asked, do we trade currency? I think this USCR is way up here. I believe it's a buyout. Merger agreement. So, yeah, Vulcan Materials buys U.S. Concrete in a $1.3 billion deal. So that's why USCR is way up here. Well, if you're new to trading, completely new to trading, what time is it right now? 9:22. Okay, I'm going to drop this link in for you, okay? You can take a look at it. It's my home page. AMC, guys. Not over. Okay, so if you're new to trading, like you say you are, if you click on that home page link, here's my home page tab here in this room. Click on the link. And go to the education section. Click here. And all the way down, almost at the bottom, back to basics, okay? These are 36 videos, very short, but they start you off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, probably a great little series for you to watch, okay? Big volume coming into AMC, guys. How much has it traded so far? 16 million already. I'm not in this one anymore. I'm trying to figure out if I do want to get back into this. All right, my watch list up and down. You want to follow along, you can, from the toolbar, you can click on New, and then the channel bar. And there it is. There's my watch list, okay? Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Ooh, oh, I thought this was going higher. XXII, this was, wow, look at this. Now it's, okay, $40 million common. So they are doing a financing, $40 million financing at $4. At least they did it before the market opened. Forgot to mention this one, guys. I mean, this is actually pretty active. I mean, it obviously is up almost 20% through the 200-day moving average. And I'm talking about GLMD. GLMD over 4 now. Through the 200-day moving average, which was 357. See if they had any specific news. I don't see any specific news on GLMD. Here's another one that's going to be joining the Russell 3000 HYRE on June the 28th. So that joins, I can't remember what the other one was, but HYRE. I don't see that it went to 7 on Friday, LMNL. If you're talking, well, okay, you're talking after hours. Okay, yes. After hours it did. Still now just below that 200-day moving average for LMNL. 599 is the 200-day moving average, so it's just below it, 588. Trade of the week is CARG. 20 Carga CARG. Considered live at 26.56. So how you trade it, of course, is always up to you. The stop is what was it, 25.50. An interesting stop. This time it's not a moving average. It's a hard stop. Okay, one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, we're going to open in about a little over a minute. AMC continues here, making another new high. Interesting to see what happens with it today. See if we can take out Friday's high. Oh, you had to be pretty quick on that one, William. On an AMC short. I see what you did, but... All right, guys. So I'm going to get set for this open. How's clean energy looking right now? All right, guys, market's going to open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's have a great trading week, everybody. Market is open right now. Okay, we've got some some surges here for some of these stocks. Okay, look at some volume coming into, and again, I typically don't trade the first 15 minutes, but CLNE, some volume coming into CLNE. BlackBerry also, guys, This was a really interesting, well, tough one on Friday. But BlackBerry, because it did not really follow suit with the rest of them. You know, this was really diving. But there's BlackBerry, BB. Well, GME is surging, 260 now, GME. Give me a moment here, guys. I've got something, yeah, a little bit off here. Okay, here we go. PLBY, Playboy on the move here, guys. PLBY. And these are all early. Again, bingo, it's early. This one can be very, very erratic. Even though it's got 277 million in the float, I find this one a very erratic intraday trader, BNGO. Give me a moment here, guys. I've got something going on with that window. I'm not sure why. All right, so RNWK, another one on the move here early this morning. This one's pretty interesting. I mean, look what could happen if it could get over 3 RNWK. Look at the daily chart. Then when you look left, if it can get over 3 at some point, next high is about 365. Okay, guys. Well, bingo is definitely on the move. BNGO. I couldn't see any specific reason for it. Oh, again, yeah, okay. The CCO appointment. I mean, I guess that's for whatever reason that is. I guess where this guy comes from. This Jason Pryor, former Gene DX. So I guess investors are happy about that. AMC, guys, on the move. It's possible. I haven't seen it there before. I mean, we can get carried away, with thinking that everything that moves Wall Street bet stocks. I mean, it's possible, but we can get kind of carried away with that. All right, guys, here is an earnings play. Gilead, sorry. It's not Gilead. Forget I said that. GIII Apparel, okay? GIII. And it's an earnings play. 34.24. Next high's looking left. Kind of choppy on the daily chart, but it is an earnings play. All right. Thank you, Rachalita. Or Rachalita. I'll get it right. I'm not in AMC yet. No, I'm on the sidelines right now. Clove was up this morning. Definitely was up this morning. CLIV wasn't up a huge amount. That's up 7% now. This is definitely a Wall Street bet stock. I'm not in. No, I'm not in. I don't predict anything. Sorry, no predictions. No, I'm not in any of the meme stocks right now. Okay, we have a halt now with RMED. We do have a halt. RMED is halted on the way up. That's what we have, 40%. So I mean, you would think. I mean, this is ripe for the WS. But I can't say everything that is doing this. With a high short float percent, low float. We cannot absolutely say these are WSP stocks. That's a huge move, though. I mean, look what it did on Friday. It got up to 766, pulled all the way back down to 49. It's a big drop back down through the 200-day, and now look at it. And I don't see. There might have. I don't know what the news was on Friday for RMED. All I can tell you right now is that RMED has been halted. One moment, please. All right, guys. So I do see. Actually, I see that GIII was an AI alert early, also. Not bad. It's about $1 from the alert. 33.51, 34.66 now. LMNL, yeah, I'm noticing that it did show up in my option scan, but right up, pop up, right back down. Very, very choppy right now, guys. Really choppy. 599 is the 200-day moving average, holding so far. Okay, CDXC over 10 again. Is that some news this morning? Deal with Walmart, WMT. So did have some news. Big gap up. Next high looking left is 1032 on that daily chart, 1032. What's the market doing? I mean, I'm looking at my momentum up. I mean, it's just so many. And the market's up a little bit. Tech is down a little bit. SPY's down a little bit. So there's nothing, certainly no surge. Well, guys, our MED just came out of its halt and is ripping higher here. Again, this guy, is this the one with the new CCO? I can't remember anymore. It's disappeared now from my headlines. Yeah. GIII, very few earnings plays, guys. Very few. So if you're in this one from the AI, 35.21 will be your next high looking left. That might be an area where it struggles. So guys, I'm just kind of sitting on my hands right now. 9:45 it is. So now let's just see what happens here. So there's Clove, 972 from my watch list. The next high looking left is 1046. You know, it's possible. FSR, Fisker, haven't seen this one for a while. Ooh, Fisker. Well, look, I mean, if 35, well, it just took it out. You know, I was wondering if it would take out that next high. I mean, I can't, you know, I mean, right now you're just chasing it. You know, it'd have to rest a bit, in my opinion. But it could just keep running. I mean, I can't predict if it's going to keep running. CTSO, guys, CTSO. What are you doing? Not very much volume yet. Yeah, higher is going to be one of those ones added to the Russell 3000 at the end of this month. HYRE. All right, ATOS is big float, 120 million in the float, but it is on the move, and look at the room it's gone. Let's take a look left on the monthly chart. 508. Yeah, so this has got room on that monthly chart. I don't know where it's going. Let me take a look here. 508, yeah, so this has got room. ATOS definitely has room if it wants to keep running. Won't encounter very much chart resistance. Okay, so they're going to release final data from their phase 2 study. Obviously, people are thinking it might be good. ATOS. All right, we have a gap down and go for TAL, guys. Now, TAL, just, of course, one of those China education stocks. It's just been absolutely beaten up. Look at this. I mean, 4 months ago, this was $82, 27 now. And this is on the gap down and go. As opposed to the UONE, which is a gap up and go. And this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these right there. Big move down now for TAL from that alert at 27.53. Now also the gap down and go is all for WISH, W-I-S-H. It's also an AI alert. They're financing I don't see the news. I just see the headline that a law firm is announcing a class action suit against WISH. I don't see any other news for it. Ooh, James, that I'm not sure of. I haven't used, I know what you're talking about, how when you have a topless window, you have a bunch of them. I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to figure that out later, okay? Not 100% sure. I don't use it. I know it's a function or a feature, but I just don't use it, so I'm not sure. If you want a quicker answer, maybe go to our homepage, maybe somebody else. I'll give you our homepage link. Well, guys, ATOS obviously is not stopping. Wow. I mean, this has got the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 739. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but once it took this area out right here, this, what was it, 520, it just zoomed right through. What's the short float on ATOS? It's 8.6%, so it's certainly not high. Well, here's another one on the move. INVE, fairly low float, 20 million in the float. INVE, the volume is just starting to pick up. It's not an all-time high. Let's see, the high in that weekly chart is 1769. So it's got a little bit of room to that high in that weekly chart. If you don't want any sound at all, there's a toggle between the Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. You can just toggle it. There's a sound icon. If you don't want any alerts at all, sound alerts at all, or if you just want to go to the alert window that you don't want, right click, Properties, Actions, and uncheck Play Sound, okay? There was another one reel, I can't remember, I mentioned it earlier. Another one that's joining the Russell 3000 at the end of the month, along with Higher, HYRE. That's more than a little move, but AMC, yeah, look at this. I mean, it's up 18% now. And it's almost at the high of Friday, 57.25, and just getting there, 57.25. Big area to take out. If it does, it might give might be a confidence builder that it could keep going. You're right, G-Box, that's right. G-Box was the other one. What is it doing? Yeah, so G-Box is the other one that's not very much volume yet though for G-Box. It's the other one that's joining the Russell 3000 at the end of the month. But look at the room it's got. All right, AMC just took out the high of Friday. All right, guys, so a couple of gap up and goes from my gap up and go. WKHS and BB, of course, a couple of the big meme stocks. So yeah, this was halted. You're right. This is a buyout at $6, so forget about it. I see that AI has a short for EH. It is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, you know, I'm just using it as a real big abbreviation. And anything, those meme stocks are what the WSB stocks are all about. The Wall Street bet stocks are all about. Easier for me to say meme as opposed to WSB, Reddit. All right, guys, look at AEI. Wow, AEI, big area for it. Just over 5. What's the volume like? The volume is good, and it's over the high of Friday now. And look at the room it's got, AEI. I mean, if you want a real definition of meme and all that and how they originate, I mean, just, obviously Google it, but I'm just using it as a very general statement with looking at those WSB stocks, that's all. Yeah, I can't get into the stonk. Another one, guys, look at it. Again, when I say another one, look at OSCR. So this was an IPO back here. It's been having a nice little surge from 21 to 27 over the last 5 weeks. Well, this is the start of this week. OSCR. All right, guys, and here's another one. EXPR, another Wall Street Bets meme stock. Meme stock. And higher again on that news that is being added to the Russell 3000. This is definitely doing a lot better than G-Box. Let's see if G-Box's volume can pick up. I mean, it's got a ton of room. I mean, look at the room it's got. It's just the volume is kind of light. Not kind of light, it is light. All right, ESEA. Here's another one on the move. Wow, look at that float. 1.8 million in the float. Okay, so what's the next high looking left is 1950. So the tankers, here's another tanker, TK, ESEA. So there's something happening with those guys. Big focus on this AEI, guys. I mean, there's it's very low float, great volume, 6 times normal, over $5, ton of room. So I just have to stick an alert up here around that 511 mark, see if it retakes it. I mean, there's just a ton of room for this one, AEI. I haven't followed anything on my watch list. Lots happening this morning. All right, this is not shortable for me. This is a gap up and reverse. It is not shortable for me. I'm talking about AREC, not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Duluth, DLTH. This is on the, wow, terrible looking daily chart. Chop, 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 chop. I'm just getting these alerts. I can't wait for it. Yeah, it may happen. I'm just, I'm just intrigued by with all this space it's got. AEI is all this space it's got. But I'm going to wait for it to take out. I think I have a price alert. Come on. I have my price alert up here around 512. Just a ton of room. Okay, guys, there goes RMED again. RMED again. All right, so some of my original headlines have disappeared for RMED. Is that the one with the new CCO? I just can't remember anymore. Somebody had a new CCO, and that seems to be really put a spark into the stock today. Was it bingo? Okay, thank you. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. So I can't see any news for RMED. Obviously had news on Friday, I guess, but I don't see any specific news today. Just a continuation, I guess. Yeah, no short sells for me either at Interactive Brokers. I guess the news is this. It's just moving higher. Look at the volume. 2.6. I mean, look at this volume, guys. 34 million have traded already. Only 2.6 in the float. So you do some quick math. It's about not quite 16 times, I guess. Say 15 and a half times the float already. Now again, crazy low float. If you're going to get into this one, just be so aware of that float. 1.84 million in the float, and I'm talking about ESEA. Big pop here. 16%. And the volume is not huge. I mean, relative volume, yes, 19 times the float, or 19 times normal up to this point of the day, but overall volume is not huge. Man, RMED just will not stop. Can it take out 9? What's the next? Take a look on the weekly chart. 902, guys. There's a next high looking left on the weekly chart. After that, it'd be 921. So there's quite a bit of stuff to get through around 9 on RMED. Back this weekly chart out just a little bit. You can kind of see right there. There's a high of 902. A high of 921, a high of 9, over here 947. So 9 could really prove to be a tough one to get through right now for RMED. Super active day this morning. Mentioned Duluth just a while ago. DLTH 7. I just didn't like this. I didn't like the weekly chart, nor the daily chart. Look how choppy it is on that daily chart for Duluth. Now today might be the day it just breaks out of all this chop, but all right, NKTR, what are you all about? Man, it is shortable. I'd like to see it take out 16 before I would take a short on this. Back this out on the monthly, well, the weekly chart. What do we have for some support? The low is 1561. Yeah, it looks like the next low looking left on that weekly chart is 1561. So it's got some, yeah, 1561. Doesn't have a ton of room, even if it takes out 16 to get down to that area. I'm not saying that's going to stop it, but I'd rather it weren't there. Man, oh man, you got to be careful on this. Again, you know, I'm only bringing this up because it's appearing on my scans, EC. But you've got to be super careful. 1.84 million in the float. Probably had several reverse splits, of course, to get that float down to that sort of a level. Okay, NKTR now breaking down through 16 a little bit. Ooh, watch owl, guys. This is is this an IPO? Yeah, I don't quite know if this is kind of like a SPAC. I guess it isn't a SPAC. Look at owl, all-time high, OWL, just showed up on the on what? On my options option scanner at 1497. What's the volume like? Not bad. Big float, so it shouldn't be crazy up and down because of that float. Let's see how well it holds over 15. This could be the one I'm going to take. Just keeping an eye on owl. I want to see how well it holds over 15. I'm going to stick in a lid around 1509. What do these guys even do? Financial vehicle. Okay, so just watch. Okay, it's regained 15. Let's see if it can rip higher. Bit of a spread issue right now. 10-cent spread. I wonder if this is getting hit here. Canon, CAJ. Come on. Okay, there's owl right back up over 15. The reason I mentioned CAJ, the CEO is stepping down. Don't know if there's any volume. Yeah, there's just no volume. Chico's. Here's another little big float. And actually it's an earnings by June 8th. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is tomorrow. Released tomorrow. And that is for Chico's, CHS. Well, remember now, Mosey has a financing, okay? So at 7:15. So that's the issue you've got. Somebody asked about could Mosey be a potential reversal. So they've done a financing at 7:15, $7.15. So, let's see how much closer it drifts down to 7:15. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. So Howl, or should I say Owl? There it goes, guys. Owl, owl, owl. Okay, guys, I've taken some of the owl out. Yeah, now the spread has gotten bad again. Yeah, not I again. I hate. I know what you mean when you're saying tip. This is I'm just pointing out opportunities, right? I mean, I guess you can call it a tip, but I certainly don't tell anybody to take a trade. I'm just sort of pointing out opportunities. I mean, I just looked at this one and said, man, I mean, it's got obviously all-time high, all sorts of room. It just took a bit wanted to see how well it held over 15. It held over 15 pretty well after the little pullback underneath 15 right there. But, you know, I'm not hanging around too long. Yeah, it showed up in my unusually strong options right here. So I'm all out of I'm all out of it now. I'm going to wait though. I want to see if it can get back up to these levels. I mean, it's an all-time high up here, so it could go anywhere, but I'm all out of it now. SEC says they are monitoring ongoing volatility in certain stocks. I wonder what those stocks are. Oh, I'm kidding, Asif. We know exactly what those stocks are. Not sure what they can do about it. I honestly don't know what they can do about it. All right, guys, I'm going to continue to watch Owl. I want to see if it can take out these highs here. Again, if it takes out the highs, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade if it takes out the highs, 1543, okay? But I'm just sort of kind of explaining what I'm looking at, and it may not. I mean, this might be just a short one. All right, guys, I am now going to bring out, it's 10:20, but before I just want to see what's happening on this one. All right, so these are two new topless windows that I put into the scans that I'm sharing section. Okay, so I want to take a look at this and see if there's anything interesting that's happening. So let's take a look at next. So what this is looking at, these are biggest pullbacks on winners, okay? So this stock is still up 25%, but in the last 30 minutes, it's gone down 6.5% as an example, okay? Now, it's a cheap stock, so the idea is, you know, is this going to bounce off here or like that? Is it going to continue down? WISA, the same thing. It's down 5.6%. It's still up 9.5%, but it's pulling back. It's a, you know, will this be a pullback? I mean, it's pulling back. Will it pop or will it continue down? So this is what I was saying. I mean, a lot of them I'm seeing. There's a cross, for instance. There's the 8 EMA crossing, the 20 SMA. Okay, 532. And this is the reverse. So these are weak stocks that are maybe popping a bit. You know, this is stock down 4.5%. And I've sorted it on the change in the last 30 minutes. Actually, this should be at the top. There we go. So these are the biggest changes in the last 30 minutes on the upside. And what I've done is I put it into a dock. Again, this is a new feature coming. I think we're a little bit premature. I played around with it on the weekend. There's some issues that, you know, have to be solved before we release it. I'm gonna keep an eye on this one, several times during the day. Okay, 1021 guys. First of all, if you're new, this is my spiel to start talking about trade ideas in general. So if you're brand new to this trading room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'll pop my homepage link in. Just give me a moment here, Stephen. I'll show you where all that is. All right, so there's my homepage tab. Okay, I did put the link in also, but this is the tab available, of course, all day long. Don't have to wait for me to put a link in. So if you click on my homepage tab and click on the link itself, this is what you'll see. Here is the information. So a lot of information on my homepage. That's why I always say you can save my link. You can take a look at all this later on. Look at ESEA. Wow. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is the promo code you can use. Barry4Alpha, all in capital letters, numeric 4. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So when you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is how much Trade Ideas, this is how much Trade Ideas costs. Let me do it again. Okay, so click on Get Trade Ideas. This is how much it costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So our annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Excuse me, the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit. It's kind of what it looks like though. You have some alerts that come in. Obviously a pretty good one, great one for GIII to go long. Okay, I'm going to go over that a little bit later. It's the main difference. There are some other differences, but that is the main difference. You do not have to take out an annual plan if you don't want to. You can always start off with a monthly plan or keep a monthly plan. Standard is $118, $228 for premium. That 15% discount can be applied to the first month only, okay? So if you maintain a monthly subscription going forward, this is what you'll pay. Look at ATOS now. Okay, more information, just a second here. More information from my homepage. You can have the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's is CARG. Don't know how it's doing right now. I do a stock of the day video. Again, these are free. Here are the scans. Okay, so for you, Stephen, you click on my scan section. Click here. So here is the layout that I'm sharing. So this is the layout that you see. This is it right here. And I added a couple of scans. The biggest pullback on winners, biggest pull-ups on losers, okay? I added a couple. These are topless windows. So you can take a look at these if you want. And of course, I've got other scans that you can't see, but I'm sharing. When you say they're on my other monitors, gap continuation or a reverse, and the moving higher with unusually strong options, 2 of my favorites that you cannot see just on my other monitors. So why I've done it like this, some of you obviously have your own layout. You don't want my layout, but you may want to take a look at my individual scans. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, the gap up and down, and pre-market actives up and down shared. I use these 4 in the pre-market. Big education section right here. If you're new to Trade Ideas, if you click on the education section, the 20 lessons, you don't have to have, you can look at these, you don't have to be a subscriber, but this goes over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. And what is a top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, the single stock window, price alerts, all the basic features are covered here, including, a little bit about the AI, which we nickname Holly, okay? More information here, the daily support sessions. You'll hear me refer to a a YouTube room. The YouTube room is it's virtually the same as what I call the main trading room. They hear me. They can see my screen. What happens is that around noon I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over. Between 12 and 1 today is Sean. Sean is a bit of an options trader, so if you're into options, we don't scan options or anything like that, but he is more of an options trader. So, I mean, you can ask him any questions you want about TI, but he is a little more of an options trader, so you might want to ask him questions about trading options. The free trading room. So again, this is this room right here. Okay, this is what it looks like. So those of you in YouTube, you can stay there, but there is another room, a little more robust, more traders, more action. I'll pop that link in case you do want to come over. Oh, you're welcome, Stephen. And so daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, and a video about the AI. There are other videos, but these are probably the two most popular ones. Back to basics. This is if you are new to trading, completely new to trading, this is for you. Big 36-part video series, very short videos, starting off with what is a stock. Okay, so if you're new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at this. And some trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage. That's why I always say save my link so you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Meanwhile, ATOS, wow. Mississauga Trader, welcome. ATOS. Yeah, let's take a look at what it is doing. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it's not on my watch list. Had a little pop this morning. Maybe not big enough. I guess it didn't make it because it wasn't a big enough pop on my watch list. But certainly talked about it enough earlier right here. Yeah, Mississauga. I would change brokers if you can't put a stop in. Look at I mean, guys, this is extraordinary. Look at I'm not in this. ESEA. I thought maybe it might stumble going through 19. Not even close. The next high looking left is now 22.58. Euroc's share spiked to session high following circulation of Word Fund Manager Louis Navalier calls stock a buy. That is the news for ESEA. Yeah, 20. Yeah, it can be. Oh, right now, yeah. I mean, it was 20 cents. Now it's 60 odd cents. Which wouldn't have mattered, if you know it's going to go from 17 to 21, but all right, guys, so what is Trade Ideas? Trade Ideas is a scanner. We scan the stock. We scan the U.S. markets, okay? That's what we do. We are a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scanner. Basic new highs and lows, I call it. What is it doing? Let's take a look. Right click, configure, summary. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20 with a current volume at least 4. That's a really powerful filter that we have. This is telling me it only showed me stocks that are trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, these are the filters that I put in place. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. Okay? One of the things we did as a company said, you know what? Most people do not want to learn a programming language. So, said, okay, let's do this. Let's try to create enough alerts. Here are all the alerts. And filters. Okay, we feel we've created enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers can combine them to create the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you do not have to know a programming language to use trade ideas. Now, if you're brand new to trade ideas, again, I in that education section from my homepage, you certainly can look at the 20 lessons. All right, but if you just wanted to start out, first of all, I am sharing a lot of scans, so you don't even have to know how I built these scans. You know, you can take a look at them. Always, any scan, an alert window or a top list window, if you right click and click on configure and then summary, you'll see the filters that are being used. Okay, you'll see what it's looking for. So for instance, if you took a look at my basic new highs and lows, you thought, yeah, that's something I'd like to look at. You could, again, you click on the right click, configure, summary. Now you may have a completely different idea of what a price range. You know, this is what I like, between 1 and 20. But you could look at this, and again, once you get used to using trade ideas, you could click on that icon and you can make the change. Maybe you want 10 and 60. Okay, you just make the change here. I'll just make it right there. I'll put in 10. Look what's happened now in the summary. Now it says 10 and 20 instead of 1 and 20, right? Now I'm not going to do that. Just going to leave it there, of course. But you know, you can make changes, you know, to any one of the scans that I have to more customize it to your style of trading. Now, we also have a toolbar. Oh, sorry, toolbar. From the toolbar, we have a channel bar. If you click on New and then Channel Bar, you will see we have a lot of themed channels. Okay, including my watch list. Where are you? There's my watch list here. These are all layouts. So again, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. But within all these scans, these are all themed layouts with alert windows and top list windows, so you can take a look at them. So again, you don't have to know how they were built. OWL is coming back, guys. OWL is coming back. This could be really interesting. You know, maybe he's a potential swing. I don't know. I mean, it's had a great 3 days. This is the third day. All right, now I'm going to talk a little bit about the AI. This is a premium service. This is what the AI looks like. This is what I would do. I wouldn't worry about anything else other than this if you have our AI. Just click on, from our toolbar, click on New, then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you'll see. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop price. You don't have to get in right at the entry, but this is, it was alerted at 9:36, for instance, GIII. There was the entry. You could wait for a bit. You could watch to see how it's trading before you make any commitment. But how you're going to trade it will be up to you. I wouldn't concern myself about what segment. And we have 3 segments of the AI. I wouldn't concern myself at all about that. I wouldn't concern myself about what strategy this is coming from. That's all I would do. Have this window up and running. You can incorporate this as part of your layout. So tomorrow, when you load trade ideas before the market opens. This will be blank. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, I would really make it easy on yourselves rather than try to, dive into the weeds about what the AI is. Make it super easy on yourself. Use it as a watch list, really. You could get, somebody asked me before, am I too late with GIII? Well, for instance, so right now, it's in a bit of a pullback and kind of resting, but, right now it looks like to me it's fading. But, who knows? Maybe it holds this area and then pops from here. And, if it pops on volume, could give you another entry. Now I want to talk about this window that you see here is what we call Brokerage Plus. I'm going to put a video or a link to 2 videos. Okay, so the Brokerage Plus link that I put in has 2 videos in it, all right? The first video, very short, it shows you how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade either of those 2 accounts. Okay, it shows you how you connect. If you do have an E-Trade account, you do have to be using our latest beta also. Okay? Not mandatory. Please listen carefully. This is not mandatory to use. I don't want people thinking that if they don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, therefore they can't use trade ideas, all right? This is just a feature that we have. And again, also only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So it's a feature that we have. So when you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at, etc. Okay? There are some more in the second video in that Brokerage Plus link. It goes into a lot more detail, more advanced features. Okay? Not going to go over them. Watch the video. It's about 26 minutes long. It covers all the advanced features. The other huge reason to be using this Brokerage Plus window, though, is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, I really recommend that you practice trading first before you commit money to the market. Look at FUV, guys. Again, this could be, I don't know if this is a meme stock. I don't know if it's snuck into their list. 30% short, 26 million in the float. Had a interesting day on Friday and Thursday. Okay. All right. So, to practice trading, very simple. You just click on the sim. Again, that video shows you how you do all this. Same thing. You just click on an alert. You pick how many shares you want to trade and the price you want to get in at. Okay. I always like to show how you can take a trade on a pullback, though, to start off. So let's just say you did want to take this FUV, but you don't want to chase it right here. Maybe you wanted to take it if it pulled back to, I don't know, the bottom of that 15-minute candle, 1235, okay? So I've clicked on the alert. That's why the symbol shows up. I'll pick how many shares. I'll put 1235 in here a couple of times. And I click the buy button, and you see that blue line appears on the chart. So at this point, if you allow this to take place, you don't have to, of course. I'm going to show you how you can get rid of that. But if FUV gets down to 1235, it'll take the trade. Now, at some point, if I decide, you know what, I don't want to do that, I just click on the Orders tab and right click and cancel order to buy, okay? I'm going to leave it in just to show you. It may happen later on in the day. Now let's talk about taking a trade, and we're going to talk a little bit about placing stops and also money management. Okay, let's say you wanted to take this CLNY. You know, right now I know it's showing up on the option scan. So let's just say you wanted to take this one. And I am going to, it's not bad. Okay, I just want to show you, I'm going to make, I know I say this every single time, just want to make the math very, very easy. So I'm going to go to my positions. Okay, I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because there's only a 1 cent spread. Okay, see, it took the trade at 760. Okay. Now, I'm going to put a stop at 740. If you don't know about stops, remember, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You should have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Notice here, I put the stop at 740. I did this to make this math easy. I'll explain. So again, the concept, first of all, if you're new to trading, I mean, the first thing you should be thinking right now is, okay, I sort of get the idea that I should get out of a trade if it's not working, but where am I going to put my stop? Where is that price that I should get out at? And that's why you have to practice trading. Okay? Hopefully, eventually you'll be able to maybe take a look at a chart and kind of see, that looks like a good support area, where there's a lot of activity, so that if it broke down through that area, I should be out of the trade. And you just be able to move on. Not all the trades are going to work. So that's the first concept, placing the stop. The second concept is, okay, if this trade doesn't work, how much am I willing to lose on the trade? So if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. What I did here is I said, okay, if my account size says I can risk $100 a trade, then that will also share size me. You shouldn't go into trading thinking, I'll just take $100 or 100 shares every trade, 500 shares every trade. In my opinion, your trade size should vary, and it should be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. You'll notice, I just wanted to make the math easy. Notice my entry is 760, my stop is 740. That's a 20-cent difference. If I was willing to risk $100 on the trade, I could take 500 shares. 20 cents into $100 equals 500. So if I let this happen, if I let myself be stopped out, I know it's sort of a bit of a rounding error here. If I let myself be stopped out at 740, 500 shares times 20 cents equals approximately $100. Okay? So that is the whole idea. I don't teach trading, but I can't emphasize more that money management is crucial. You can always, for instance, if this trade didn't work and I got stopped out at 740, and again, I just showed you this just, to show you how you can do all this. You could always get back into the trade. The concept might be that, okay, it didn't work the first time, but the setup was still pretty good. Maybe it comes back and you get a very similar setup. You can always try again. Next concept is this: obeying your stop. You might practice trading for a while, a month, 2 months, 6 months, how long it takes before you get very comfortable, before you place a trade with real money. And you take that first trade, you're all excited, and it starts working against you. So, human behavior, what it is sometimes we'll just ignore that stop. We can't believe it's not working. Everything, the setup looked good, hearing great things, etc. People are talking about it in this trading room or others, but it just doesn't seem to be working. So what you do is you start reducing your stop. You keep reducing it, reducing it, reducing it, you know, as that price starts approaching your new stop. So instead of, eventually, you might just, you know, say, okay, I'll get out of the trade. I'm down $500 instead of that manageable 100, and you start kicking yourself. Well, how do you counteract that? Well, you leave your stop in. Okay, just leave it in. Takes all the emotion out of trading, especially when you're first starting out. All the emotion out of trading. Now, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, and you know, so you wouldn't be able to do this on our charts, but your broker will have a way to do the same thing. Okay? Your broker will have a very similar way to do the same thing. So, but can't emphasize it enough. Now, another thing for me, if I were truly in this trade, this would be my, you know, my absolute. This is the most I want to lose on the trade. But if I saw this trade and it started to work against me, and I just didn't like the way it was trading, I could always get out earlier. This is just kind of my last resort, you know, my stop of last resort. But if I didn't like the way it was trading, I could always get out earlier. These are hotkeys. You know, I could flatten my trade. That gets me out of the trade. I could get out a half, or I could double. Okay? Yeah, we don't talk about position size or how much we make. Okay, guys. So that is that's my blurb on you know, Brokerage Plus. I mean, I can't emphasize enough to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. All right, let's see what else is happening now. I think what I did, well, I know what I did. I made these all the same now, the change from the open, okay, a series. And then I added those two scans, the pullbacks and the pull-ups. They're two topless windows. All right, so OWL, which I did not get back into, is shortable. It's not shortable for me. Yeah, so I made the change because the basic new highs and lows, I think one of them had the change from the close. This had the change from the open. So they should all be the same now, the change from the open. Okay. I mean, you don't have to load. And then I also added two scans, the top list with the pull-ups and the pullbacks. So hopefully now what you see on my screen, if you do load my layout, it should be the same. If it isn't, I don't know what to say. Look at the SPY, guys. Wow, I'm not even watching the market. So look at the SPY. So, you know, the gap down and goes probably should be working somewhat. Well, JB, they're all in my scan section. Just click on my homepage link. All in my scan section. APHI, let's take a look at AHPI. Okay, AHPI, what are you doing? Yeah, I mean, I really dislike these daily charts where you see all these topping tails. I mean, you know, remember what that means. I mean, that the sellers took control and always closed it lower, like quite a bit lower than what the highs were. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen today, but I just find it too choppy. You know, I mean, look, it's just, you know, there's probably a lot of, I mean, look, at 432, what did it get up to, 462? I mean, there was a lot of resistance, you know, between 480 and 5. Obviously, if you took it at 432 and it could get up here, great. I just find that these sort of stocks, when you see these topping tails, doesn't give you a lot of confidence. Now, today, maybe the buyers come back in full force and takes this out. I don't know. Or this Oscar Health. Wow. I mean, I know I mentioned this one probably about right here, and it is running. It keeps running. So this was an IPO back in March. And what's the high looking here? 2750. Wow. This is obviously got room, guys. I mean, 2750. The high next high looking left on the monthly is 37. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean it's breaking out now. The next high, let's say on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is 31.33. So, I mean, this one has room. Lizzie's doing its thing again. LIZI 796 was the next high looking left, so just a little bit over. Low float, I don't know. Oh, okay. So the news. I mean, there was some news on the 4th. Lizzie part. That's what I think got it started here. Partners with EV automaker LI, but I don't see any new news today. With the market doing what it's doing, you would think that some of these gap up and reverses or gap down and go would be. EDU sort of had a pop here. So only had the owl trade today so far, guys. It was okay. It wasn't spectacular. I'm going to keep an eye on it though. I mean, this could be interesting going forward. And give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Beyond Meat. Let's take a look at Beyond Meat. BYND is something to do with Australia. Rallies after Australia product expansion. This is one of the meme stocks also. At least it was. I think Lizzie, can't remember if it's shortable at IB. No, it is shortable. Interesting. Okay, it is shortable. LIZI is shortable for me. Let's take a look at this. So it got up a little over 8. Yeah, there's about 115,000 at Interactive Brokers. Well, if this works, I mean, this, here's your next area of support is around 727, way down here. Yeah, okay. Well, I've joined you there. I want to see, I'll probably be out, take some profit, but I've joined you on the Lizzie short. I know you can't hear me, Zach. What did I get it at? 785 on the Lizzie short. If it hits anywhere close to in the 790s, I'm out. Okay, I'm just waiting on this to see if it really has a bit of more of a collapse here, LIZI. All right, let's go a little bit more, probably. Nicely done. All right, I have covered some of the Lizzie, LIZI. Wow, all right. Chalk that one up to Zach again. All right. Kudos to Zach here on that call on the Lizzie short. Okay, I've covered most of it now. Now he was looking at the VWAP. I was kind of looking down here, maybe get lucky down to the 725 area. I've covered most of my most of it now. Great percentage move in a quick period of time, very short period of time. Gotta love it. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. I am just keeping an eye on the Lizzie. I say I don't have that much left, but I have enough that if it gets down to that 720 area, I'll be very happy. They're right there. This is what I'm looking at right here. See that 2-minute chart? See the little bottoming tails and a lot of action right around that 720 mark? Meanwhile, we have more action, just action galore. QTRX. This is just surging here. Don't know too much about these guys. I mean, I can read about them, but I don't know too much about them. Not sure I've really seen them before. All right, meanwhile, on the way down, CMRX. CMRX. You know what, guys? I just want to take a quick look at my pull-ups and this one right here. Just want to take a quick look to see what might be happening here, especially on the RMEDs. Well, not these ones. I want to see if I'm seeing, especially with the market kind of drifting down, and checking to see these sort of crosses. So again, what this is showing me, these are biggest pullbacks on winners. So, you know, this is still, you know, ATOS up 25%, obviously still a big winner, but in the last 30 minutes, it has pulled back 7%. So, will it bounce? I mean, you know, that's what we're really wondering. Will they bounce from here or will they continue down? I mean, obviously we don't know. It's a matter of checking the charts. I'm interested to see these crosses. And then this is just the flip side of it. Stocks that were really beaten up, down 6%, but are trying to pull up. Will they stall and then move down again? I mean, you know, we can't know. It's just a matter of checking out the charts. Some of them will look a lot better than others. And again, these are 2 new scans I added in my scan section from my homepage. And this is an example of the container, okay? Now I'm told one of the major bugs that I discovered over the weekend, I've just been told that in the next build it should be cured. If that happens, then we're getting closer to a release with the scans. With the docs, sorry. Yeah, I saw Biogen had some big news this morning. It's way outside the price range I like to trade, but yeah. So here's the ICIU. And this is one of the things you'll be able to do. Let me just see if I have this one up and running. Once we get that, some of the things fixed. Here we go. So right now, when you click on a channel, your layout disappears, okay? So what we'll be able to do is you'll be able to then have, you'll be able to click on different channels within our channel bar, have them all up and running. You know, I wouldn't have them all up and running, of course, but you will not replace your layout. That's probably one of the biggest changes. So for instance, I've got the sector status. So if you take a look at the sector status channel, this is what you'd see. And, you know, it can be really, really interesting to take a look. It's kind of like a heat map, but you can see what's happening with the individual sectors. These are the main sectors. So even though the market is down for virtually all the sectors, take a look at real estate. Now, 93% of the stocks that are in the real estate sector are up for whatever reason. Only 6.9% are down. So, you know, what I like to do is take a look at the counter and say, okay, let's take a look at the ones that are down. Is there any specific reason? You know, here, you know, consumer staples, 87% are down. Let's take a look at the ones that are up. Here are the ones that are up for some reason. Now, they're not up a lot, but, you know, there's TAP, Molson's, Altria, MO. So it kind of gives you a bit of a gauge of what's happening with the overall market. You know, again, materials, you know, 80. Most of these should be down. Financials, I mean, financials are taking a real hit today. But for whatever reason, SYF is up. And American Express is just barely up. You can just see these are all the changes from the close of Friday. Okay, so again, this will be available. I mean, you can look at this right now, of course, but the problem is that your layout would be replaced. But, you know, I can take this. This is what we call the new docked window. Just from our toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then Sector Analysis. Okay, but remember here, this is still the layout version that you can only have one layout loaded at a time. What I was demonstrating is this new docked version, not available yet, but it's called Sector Analysis or Sector Status. Sorry, Sector Status. Meanwhile, yeah, AVXL, Lots and lots of action, guys. AVXL. I mean, look at this one. I mean, AVXL, what did it hit? Got up to what, $28 this week? This is back, this is, I don't know if this is meme, part of the memes, but it was a week later. It's not a super low float, so I don't know if they really touched this one or it just had news on its own. But it did get up to almost $29. So at $15.65, when you look left, $15.99, $15.49, $16.39, $16.16. You can just sort of see if it can take out 16. May not happen today, may never happen. But if it can take out 16, look what could happen. All right, guys. Still have some of the Lizzie left, but not much. Not much. Just waiting to see if it can really have an utter collapse down to this area here. Not here, but that 720 mark. He's talking about that right there. It may not. Meanwhile, look at this one, LEU. I didn't see this one at all. Oh, it's very low volume. That's why 82,000. That's why it will not show up in most of my scans. The volume is just coming in though. LEU, the volume is just coming in. Half the volume of the day is right here. Yeah, let's see how the other one's doing. So we have fuel cell. We have plug. Let's see if plug is doing the same thing as fuel cell. Yep. And then the other one, of course, is Ballard. I keep forgetting its symbol. BLBD? No. Well, whatever it is. BLDP, thank you. Yeah, so they're all moving, guys. They, as I call them, the Troika. They're all moving. Ballard, fuel cell, and plug. Meanwhile, AVXL is just unstoppable right now. I mean, look, guys, if it takes out to 16. I haven't even looked. I haven't looked at one from my watch list. Wow, FUV, that was pretty. 1268, the last one. What did I get up to? 1268, 1380 for FUV. I have my doubts about the AMBO. I put it in here. Yeah, this is again China education stock. I just think that it really was going to be a tough one. I put it in just in case, though. It could kind of trade more or less on its own. Yeah, so for UBX, This would be my deal. I know it showed up on the option scanner. 510. I mean, on the monthly chart, it's got a lot of, you know, to me it's not a great looking chart on the daily. Looks like there's, I mean, this looks like a pretty tough area to get through. 529. Last month's high was 510. Just looks like it's like not enough room for me. I'd like to see something a lot more clean. Clean, like, look at this. I mean, you know, this is really clean if it ever got over 16, right? See how much cleaner it is? There's not a lot of mess above. Whereas the UBX is just, you know, there's like ton of stuff happening, you know, all in this area here for it to try to get through. Okay, I'm all out of the Lizzie. All out of the Lizzie. Boy, the owl has come back though. Not in it. I did not take it again. Little choppy on the 2, but if you're talking to me stock guidance, okay, so I'm more of an intraday trader, but a lot of these, you know, in my watch list, I mean, look at Owl as an example. I mean, one I've just been mentioning. I'm not saying this is, you know, take this as a swing trade, but you know, my whole thing is that any alert I get, if you look at the daily, weekly, monthly, and there's room, it could turn into a swing trade. Now, on our channel bar, we do have where are you? Swing ideas, I think. Something like that. Where are you? I know there's something like that. Swing ideas. There it is. Okay, so you can take a look in our channel bar. You can take a look at the swing ideas that are there. Wow, this owl is just moving higher, guys. I did not get back in it. Yeah, so if you're asking me for advice on a meme stock like that, I have none. Okay, Jack? Yeah, I don't know if you're asking me or just the room in general. Okay, I can't give anybody advice on these ones. I mean, they have a mind of their own, of course. Whoa, Lizzie continued down just after I got out of covered my last little bit. Well, let's see if it gets down to this level that I was thinking it might. It looks it's only 12 cents away. Well, of course, a lot of the stuff, I don't care about that sort of news. For the UBX as an example, if this were more like a 45 down on the daily chart, 45 degrees down, as opposed to all these little, what I call pockets of potential resistance, you know, I'd be interested in it. I mean, the float's okay, 35 million, but you know, I just can't get too interested in it. The other thing is, look at the 200-day moving average. It's just a little bit above it. Wow. Well, I should have stuck to my guns on the Lizzie, obviously. Wow. There it is, guys. That's what I was thinking it might get to, but LIZI, a great call by Zach to get us interested in the first place. Yeah, if you add the, I actually have a block trade scanner alert window. You just have to add one of these columns, okay? Block trade. Okay, if you add the description, block trade at the bid, at the ask, okay? Now, sometimes it'll be in the middle, okay? But all you have to do is add the description as a column. So if you right click on your scanner, you must have a scanner probably up, your block scanner, go to columns, right click columns, and add description. Okay? And then that'll give you, see, trading below. I mean, every now it's going to show you that also. Also, the quality, if you don't have the quality, it'll tell you the exact number of shares too. Okay? Here another one on the move. Acadia, ACAD. Look at, okay, now this, next high is looking left, 2630 or so. All right, AMC guys, they're getting a little interesting. Again, pull back. Let's see if I had shares to short of ACIU, and the answer is, yeah, I do have. Hasn't moved that much yet, so there's still a chance. Same thing. I mean, look here in the 2-minute chart. 7 looks like could hold. All right, guys, I will be right back. What time is it? 11:24. Should be back by no later than 11:30. Okay, guys. Looks like a pink sheet stock. I'll take a look at it though. TAWNF. Yeah, I'm not trying to dissuade you, Harley. Typically, this room doesn't look at pink sheet stocks. I mean, there's no rule against it, but just not a lot of action with the pink sheet stocks. I mean, in this room. I'm not saying there's no action in pink sheet stocks, but you would think there's a ton of resistance right around here for this ACIU. So I'm watching it. I'm not in the short yet, but I am definitely watching this. Look at you, Mr. Option player now, William. He started last week, right? I might be a little late now for the ACIU. Well, guys, I haven't mentioned GME yet, but man, this is now on its mission. This has sort of been a little bit left behind with the AMC on a percentage basis. I'm not talking today, but in fact, well, what is it, 9%? AMC is what? So, yeah, I mean, AMC to me is the, certainly on the percentage moves so far anyway, over the last week, it took over. All right, another one from Zach on the ACIU. PSNL, let's take a look at PSNL. Haven't seen it today for whatever reason. I can tell you the reason I haven't seen it in a lot of my scans is that the relative volume is not high, 1.31. I mean, it's not low, but it's not high. So most of my scans have at least 3 or 4. So that's why I'm not seeing it. Doesn't mean it's bad. Obviously, it's been straight up. You know, you're chasing it now. Excuse me. And let's take a look left. 2363 is the next high. Yeah, Yeah, 22. Yeah, the next high looking left on the weekly is 23.63. I just haven't seen it because of the low relative volume. Yeah, I just typically don't look at anything if I'm going to trade it intraday, unless that relative volume is at least probably at least 3. I think that's my minimum on all my scans. Except for this one, these two, which is a little bit different in terms of a watch list. Boy, Al is just a mess. Very messy. All right, guys, AMC, excuse me, tracking GME now. Well, here's the interesting thing, of course, guys. Not that it shouldn't matter in terms of, what people are expecting, but GME has earnings. That would be Wednesday after the market closes. GME has earnings Wednesday after the market closes. Wow, Lizzie, why am I not still in it? Yeah, this was not shortable for me. AREC, not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. This looks like it just wants to keep moving down to this level, 320 level. Just not shortable for me. SVC, you guys have been talking about SVC. It's a big float, 162 million in the float, so this is pretty impressive with that float. And the next high is looking left. Well, it's above. It's above, so you have to look in the monthly chart. Next high looking left, 1864. So Tim, everything I have is here. I'm just going to give you my homepage link, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, And go to the scans section, and one of the scans is the basic new highs and lows, okay? Have a lot of scans there. All right, guys, I'm just taking, this is an earnings play, but it's really doing nothing. CTRM, good volume in it, but it's just really doing nothing. Where are they out of? That's a flag of Cyprus, okay? Well, let's see. JFIN is an earnings play also. JFIN, not too interesting. No volume. All right, I'm just waiting on the ACIU, see if it does something similar to the Lizzie. Right now it's not, but I'm just going to keep an eye on it. Yeah, stick an alert right around here, 7:59, see if it takes that out. All right, guys, it is 11:41, so just want a confirmation. I believe it'll be Sean in our YouTube room taking over for me right around noon. Okay, so ICIU is not ready to short yet. Just a minute, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just wanting to see if it is Sean for sure. Okay, it is Sean. Okay, guys. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. If you want to head over there, I'm still here for another 15 minutes or so. But at noon, I do take a break, and Sean will be taking over. So I said before, Sean is more of an options trader. So we do have option filters. We don't scan for the option itself, but we do have some option filters to show you what they are for those of you who do like to trade options. So we have the put-call ratio, option volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, option volume today, put and call volume today, and then this option volume today percent. So if I show you, that's sort of the key one. So moving higher with unusually strong options. So for me to see a stock today, it has to be trading at least 500,000 shares, but this is it. At least 2,000 contracts, okay? And then the option volume has to be at least 300% of normal or 3 times normal. So it's trading really abnormally in terms of option contracts. So again, we don't scan for the options as such, but it can help. Some tell me that it does help identifying stocks they might want to trade the options in. Okay, just a minute, please. I got to change my headset. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, BlackBerry on the move here, and the meme stocks are definitely alive today. I mean, GME, AMC, NVIS. Yeah, I guess it is, isn't it? Bingo is one of the memes. I just don't like it as much. All right, well, guys, I know Zach is wanting to short this ACIU. This did show up on the option scanner, so we have to flip the script on it. So I'm not sure. I did not take the short on this. I was kind of waiting for a breakdown here at 760. 815. 810, I'm just looking left, 833. So, it's got this resistance, between 8 and 830 or so. Yeah, Mavis on the move, MVIS, cheaper one. What was the high on Friday? Was 23, takes out 23. Look out, guys. I mean, 25.75 is the next high looking left if it can take out 23. Well, BB keeps inching its way up. BB continues to inch its way up. All right, my trade. See you tomorrow. Well, I guess with the reopenings, this is maybe an interesting one to look at. This is SEAS, SEAS. I've kind of missed the boat on bingo. I've just tried to trade this one in the past. I've done it, but I've just never been comfortable trading it. It just seems to be so whippy. Even it has 277 million in the float. You wouldn't think it'd be so whippy, but anyway, that's just been my experience. But cannot dispute the fact that today it's definitely has not really given it up that much. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, next. Now, next is sort of interesting. I mean, Morgan Stanley has put a $6 price target on it. Now, why they're messing around with this cheap stock, I have no idea. But anyway, they did put that's the reason for the pop for next. It's not a low float, 120 million in the float. The next high looking left is 342. I suppose if it can somehow take that out, there's 350 and 342. Yeah, I mean, if it can get through 350, it's got a shot. I don't mean to get to 6, but and you can see, I mean, right up here on that monthly is the 6 area. Another one that is on the move here, BUS, ABUS. Look at this, straight up, except for that one 15-minute candle, a little bit red there. All right, ACIU may be starting its descent. I don't think I'll be able to take it because I'm going to be on a break pretty soon, and I really have to pay attention to something like this. So there's well, I wouldn't even call it disconnect. I mean, the tech is up just a little bit. Dow is down, SPY is down. Look at Freeport, FCX. Look at this drifting down. Iron ore prices slide, I guess, on weak Chinese demand. So this is, I mean, this is had an incredible run. I almost have to change my momentum scanner. It's just getting too many alerts. Oh, okay, this ACIU is not ready yet. Look at EAT, guys. Look at the volume. Well, I was showing you EAT before. The volume that came into EAT. ACIU, though, not ready yet, in my opinion. It's still got to really take out 8 in a big way. It looks like, I mean, there are some of the highs looking left, so it looks like it's, what did it get to? It got right to 815. There's the high right there, 815. There's one at 808. So, and EAT, SNPX just got halted. SNPX, not very much volume. It did just get halted. Well, I even have on the don't repeat, but look how many. I mean, this is on the don't repeat. I mean, it's just an amazing number. So I'm only seeing these for the first, only once, and all right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in our YouTube room, and then I'll be taking my break. There he is. Hello, Sean. Hola. Hola. Okay, guys, I'm going to be taking my break. Sean, I'll stop my stream right now. Hola. Okay, guys, I'm going to be taking my break. Sean, I'll stop my stream right now.
All right, Barry, thanks for the handoff. We'll get started here in just a couple of minutes, so hang tight. I'll be with you very shortly. Hello, 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 everybody. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I am Chicago Sean McLaughlin, today hosting the Monday Q&A session. We do these every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And this is your chance to ask platform-specific questions. As I say every week, I know enough. I don't know everything about the platform, but I know enough to be dangerous. So throw your questions at me, whether they're beginner's questions or more advanced questions. We'll see what we can do. If I can't answer it, I can certainly point you in the right direction. And Asiri, I can certainly answer that question for you on the EMA filters anytime soon. I don't know. It's something that our developers have on their plate to get done at some point, but I do not have an ETA on that. There are some more pressing, urgent priorities at the moment on the development side. So no ETA on EMA filters. But you know what, Asiri, you're splitting hairs between EMA and SMA, and I'll fight anybody who wants to argue with me on it. And SMA is not that much different than an EMA. We have simple moving averages, and they work just fine. They will pretty much get you everything an EMA filter will cover with very little discrepancy. But that's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. And you and anyone listening can disagree. And if you guys hear any weird sounds in the background right now, it's the first Monday of the month, and the small river town that I live in likes to test their emergency flood sirens at this time. So I just noticed I could hear it. So if you guys hear that, don't worry. I'm not under any bomb attack or anything like that, but there is a weird sound that they do it the first Monday of every month in the spring and summer. Well, Asiri, we can't do that with an EMA cross because we don't have EMA crosses, but you could do an SMA cross. We have a filter for SMA crosses. If I go... let's see if I open up, let's open up an alert window here. Go to search, type in cross. Let's see what we got here. We got to scroll down a bit. And so we got an SMA cross above or below a 20 period. So we do have those. They're SMA crosses. Now, if you want to use that filter as an exit in your strategies, this is going to be more advanced stuff. I might not be the best guy to answer it, but let's try it out. Let's try it out. Let's say, let me go to my layout here. Let's say I'm auto trading my all-time high strategy, which I am not. But let's bring up my Brokerage Plus window. Here we go. Go to my strategies tab. I'm going to load from cloud. I'm going to load my all-time high strategy. There it is. Load it. Add to existing. Yes. Okay. So now if I wanted to use that filter, edit trading strategy. Let's go here. Oh, you know what? As I'm going through this, I think I might be... Remember. Oh, no. Here we go. Okay. So here the risk management for your stop losses. If you wanted to use a cross, if you wanted to use that cross as your exit, you would go in the stop loss here and choose filter. Okay. And then if it's available, it'll be here in the formula tab. Let me see. If not here, then there might be another way. Let me just check. Unfortunately, you got to scroll through all this stuff, which is really annoying. Okay, nope, I don't think it's in there. Look for SMA. Okay, not that way. What was the other thing I was thinking? Formula. Oh. Okay, well, Asiri, I think we have our answer here. I don't believe you can do it. I thought there'd be a way to use a strategy. What am I thinking of here? back out of here. Yeah, you know what, Assyria, this one's a little bit above my pay grade. I feel like there is a way to do that. But you're going to have to email us, email the team, info@trade-ideas.com, and ask that. I feel like there is a way, but like I said, that's above my pay grade. Anyone who spends time regularly in these Q&As, you will learn that Chicago Sean is the beginner's guy. I handle the beginner stuff because I am a simple man. I'm not engaged in high frequency trading or even really any aggressive day trading. I am a swing trader and I like to use really simple entries and exits. That's just the way I am. Nice thing about trade ideas is whatever kind of trader you are, trade ideas likely can aid you in your endeavors. Okay, Stockman, is there a way to be alerted when a stock dips down to the 50 SMA on a daily and then pops over the VWAP? Indirectly, yes. So the way you're asking that question is you're asking like a conditional alert, and our alerts are not either or and, they're just when an event happens, it happens. Now, you can be alerted, say, when a stock pops over a VWAP and you have a filter set that shows that the stock is very near the SMA, which I believe would get you the same thing. So let's do this. Let's create an alert window. Start from scratch. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the filter for the SMA. Okay. So let's go 50 period. Was it a 50 period SMA? Yeah, 50 period SMA. Here it is. Change from 50 period SMA. So I'm going to use this filter. Okay, I'm going to add the filter. And then you might need to play with this a little bit, but I'm going to set it so that the stock is not up or down more than 1% from the SMA, the current SMA value. Okay, so if I set a minimum of 1 and a maximum of -1, hit the little show me button, it's going to show me stocks where the price is at least 1% above. Oh, you know, I did that backwards. Let's change these numbers around. -1 and +1. This is what we want. The price is no more than 1% above the 50-day SMA. The price is no more than 1% below, or the price is at the 50-day SMA. So it's going to show you stocks that are right there, right at the SMA. So going back to your question, you said when a stock dips down to the 50-day SMA, I think this would qualify as a stock being at the 50-day SMA. Whether the 1% value is the right number, you might want to play with that. Maybe it's 0.5%, maybe it's 2%. I don't know. You'll have to play around with it, but that's the first step. Let's get that filter in. Next, you're going to want to add an alert for breaking a VWAP. So let's go back to the search tab. Let's type in VWAP. And you could use a crossed above VWAP alert, which is what I would do. Actually, that is the thing I would do, because the rest of these are filters. This is just going to show you if a stock is at a certain value away from a VWAP. You're going to want the crossed above VWAP or crossed below VWAP. Let's just use the crossed below or crossed above. We'll hit add, place a check in that box. And so now what we've got set, if I just go to summary, I've got stock that's sitting at the SMA and is crossing above the VWAP. I'll get alerted when the stock crosses above the VWAP. Okay? Stockman, I hope that answers your question. I think it does. All right, cool. GI, we do not have Fibonacci retracements on a chart, I don't believe. Well, we have added some new indicators. Let me just make sure. Indicators. Yeah, we don't have Fibonacci indicators yet. Our charts, we have some indicators. We have a handful of indicators, but it's it's by no means a robust feature set for charting. We are not a charting platform. There are plenty of free charting platforms or cheap charting platforms that do the job exponentially better than we do. That's not our focus. So our charts are really just here as reference points more than anything else. That said, we have added a lot of these new indicators recently, and we will be adding more as time and resources allow. But no, we don't have Fibonacci retracements on here, which is a bummer because I pay attention to Fibonacci's. That's one of the few technical indicators that I do pay attention to. I'm a believer in Fibonacci analysis for sure. Stockman, going back to you, is there any way to further tell if the stock was in a downtrend to the F50 SMA, not just sideways? There is. You would want to use maybe a, let's go back here, we'll bring up another alert window. You may want to use, let's see, maybe position and range. So if you wanted it to be in a downtrend, for example, you could use the position and range filter right here. And if you add that filter, and let's say you wanted to be in a downtrend, right? So a downtrend means the stock has been moving down. So that therefore means it's likely in the lower end of its range. So maybe you play around with this and set the max to 50. All right. And this will show you, if I hit the thing, the price is at the low of the range. Price is at the low of this range. Price is no more than 50% above the low of the range. So that's basically going to show you the stock is in the lower half of its range for the day. Okay, now you can get tighter, right? You can set the max to 25, right? And now it's only going to show you stocks that are in the lower quarter of its intraday range. That's probably the way I would do it. There might be other ways, but I think the position and range filter is a good way to point you to stocks that are definitely in the lower end of its range on the day. Or vice versa, if you wanted to see a stock in the higher end of its range, you would set, let's say, the minimum to 75. Get rid of that. This will show you stocks that are at least 75% above the low of the range. Otherwise, in other words, within 25% of the high, right? I hope that helps there, Stockman. Anyway, I had this the Strength Alerts channel up here when we started. Have you guys seen the Strength Alerts channel today? It's Monday. We got new stocks up. You see here in the top list window, these are the 5 stocks that are on the list today or for the week. These are good swing trade candidates. I know last week was mixed results. We had, I think 2 of the names ended up green on the week and 3 of them were down. Hey, just like any trading system, just like any strategy, they don't work every day or every week. But the 5 years of results of back-tested and forward-tested results that we have for the TI Strength with a holding period of buying on a Monday open and closing on a Monday, the following Monday open. So basically a 5-day hold. The performance of these stocks that are derived by proprietary trade ideas algorithms has performed remarkably well, vastly outperforming the S&P 500 during the same stretch. So pretty cool stuff. So if you are a Trade Ideas subscriber already, then you have access to the Strength Alerts. It's already in here. All you got to do is come to the channel. You'll see it. This little welcome screen window that pops up on this channel when you load it is basically the email that gets sent out to the people who just subscribe to the Strength Alerts standalone product. There are people who can subscribe to the Strength Alerts for, $17 a month, who do not currently subscribe to Trade Ideas software. But all Trade Ideas subscribers already have it, so it's all free. You don't need to pay any extra for it. It's all in here. So, and you can see this little window will talk about the opportunity, a little technical background on what Michael Noss, who puts this together, what he sees from a technical point of view. Great little feature, guys. Make it a part of your Mondays every Monday to come on in and check out these swing trade candidates. These are really great opportunities. And it's free to all Trade Ideas subscribers. Yeah. Okay, the other thing I like to do on these Monday sessions while I wait for more questions, which by the way, I see some people have joined since I first started. This is an open Q&A forum, folks. So everything we talk about here will be driven by the questions that you put into the YouTube channel. So please, if you need help with something, throw it in there and we'll do our best. So anyway, I like to go over the swing trades that I have. I use the Trade Ideas simulator. This is the simulated trading account. I'm trying to demo to users how to use Holly AI for great swing trade ideas. Every one of these positions that you see on here, all these stocks are tickers that Holly AI traded at one point in the past. And you can see on the entry time column right here, you can see the dates and times that I entered all these trades. Some of these trades I've been in, here's one that I've been in since March, this AFL. I've been in this stock since March 22nd. So many positions are held for many weeks, many months. Here's one since December. I've been in this stock since December, 12/18 to be exact. And these are swing trades, guys. So maybe a little background. For those of you who are familiar with the Holly AI is our artificial intelligence engine, which is basically a collection of algorithms that have some statistical basis as to why they outperform. And throughout the trading day, Holly AI is serving up trade ideas derived from the algorithms for intraday trading. Okay, so every trade that Holly gets into today, she'll be out of by the end of the day. It will hold no positions overnight, and that's by design. The AI was originally constructed with day trading in mind, but I have certainly found that the signals that are generated by the Holly AI throughout the day, those trades are entered into because the AI has uncovered a catalyst. Something that has caught the AI's eye, so to speak. It's it could be anything from a stock breaking out on an explosion of volume, or the stock crossing a significant moving average, or the stock making an all-time high. There's hundreds of reasons why Holly might get into a trade intraday. Well, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the stock market closes today. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst, if I'm lucky, has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks. Okay? So as traders, at the end of the day, what we're all relying on, whether you know it or not, consciously or subconsciously, we are relying on edges and statistics to play out in our favor. And look, most successful traders will tell you that they probably are right on maybe 30% of their ideas, and they lose on 70% of their ideas. But their winners are bigger than their losers, and that's why they win over the long run. Well, would you bet aggressively on basically a 50-50 coin flip? No, not if you're a responsible investor. You would not. But if you had a coin flip odds of winning 51% of the time, how aggressively would you bet then? That's kind of the thinking here, is that the AI does have an edge. Every trade that comes through from these strategies is based on a statistical edge. All right. And I don't know if that edge is 51-49 in my favor or 60-40 in my favor. I don't know what the edge is. I can't quantify it, but I know that there is an edge. And so my job as a trader is to execute against an edge as often as possible. Because if I get a chance to execute against an edge as often as possible, over time, I am more likely to realize that edge. And so if Holly has identified an edge to get into a trade, that makes me a little bit more comfortable to get into a swing trade. All right. And so what I'll do is, the way I kind of skew things in my favor is, as a long biased swing trader, I only like to trade from the long side. That's just my preference. I'm not making any value judgments here. I know a lot of people who make a lot of money short selling swing trades. It's just not for me. It's not for me. I like to swing trade from the long side. So with that in mind, I will look through all the long trades that Holly gets into every day, but then I'll run them through a filter of what do the charts look like. So on this screen you see right now, this is my AI Swings custom layout. This is a layout that I've built myself. It's a custom layout. And I've got 4 charts across the top. They're all pointing at the same stock, but they're different time frames. So this is a monthly time frame. This is a weekly time frame, a daily chart, and an intraday 5-minute chart. Now, when I'm thinking about entering new positions, I'm primarily paying attention to these 2 charts here, the monthly and the weekly, the longer term time frames. I want to see stocks that have charts that are moving from the bottom left to the upper right on both the monthly and weekly chart. I want the wind in my sails. If I'm getting long something, I don't want to be fighting the trend. Okay, I want the trend to be my friend, as they say. So you can see why I got into a stock like BMCH, because look at the monthly and the weekly chart up and to the right. That's exactly the type of stock that I want to get into. So that's kind of the background of how I got into these swing trades. All right. In a series, I see you're asking a question about that. What risk parameters do you use for the AI swing trades? Are they the same across the board? So the risk parameters are, when I put these trades on, every trade I put on, I'm risking $200 of capital. Now, again, this is the simulated trader, so let's not get out of hand. Let's not get crazy here. I know you guys can see my open P&L on all these trades. I got a lot of green here, right? Because what do? I hold my winners. So these trades are winning, and they're winning pretty nicely. But each one of these trades, I sized the position such that I'm not risking more than $200 per trade. So on this NUE trade, which is my biggest winner right now, I'm currently up 1,400 plus bucks. That's a nice win, especially considering I only risked $200 to put the trade on. So that's a 7-to-1 reward to risk ratio. That's what winning is made out of, folks. That's what long-term winning looks like. You want to have wins that are 3, 4, 5, 6 times your average loser, right? Now, I've been doing this swing trading with AI for, 2 years now. And I can tell you that for sure I have way more losers than winners. Maybe 70% losers, maybe 65% losers. But none of my losers are more than $200. All of my winners, I shouldn't say all my winners, many of my winners have been big, multiple $1,000 winners. And that's how it works, guys. That's how the math works. So anyway, this is what I like to do every day or every Monday when I go through this Q&A. I like to update my stops. You'll notice as you look at my charts, there's a horizontal red line. This shows where my stop price is on this stock. So for NUE, my stop is currently at $98.84. And this value here, this plus $1,071, this is what my P&L would be if my stop got hit. As you can see in my trade blotter, I'm currently up $1,400. But if the stock were to roll over a little bit and hit my stop loss order, that's the profit approximately I would walk away with. That doesn't factor in slippage, of course, but approximately, and they'll be pretty close, that's what I'll walk away with. So when I'm updating my stop loss orders, I want to pay attention to the daily chart right here. I'm not going to get super scientific here, guys, because I don't do scientific stops. I've been a trader since 1998, and I got a lot of gut feel that goes into this, but mostly I'm just looking for obvious levels of support. I want to place my stop loss orders just below obvious levels of support. And as I'm looking at this daily chart here, I could see we gapped up last week, or maybe at the end of the previous week, and we kind of retraced a little bit and found some support. I guess this would be Wednesday. And now we're going, kind of in the middle of the range. I like this level of support. I don't want my stock to break below that. So I'm going to just look at this. I could just grab my stop loss level, drag it up. And now my stop loss order has been moved up. Oops, it's going to flip back and forth. I don't know why it does this sometimes. I think it's because I'm on the development version, but there, now it's at the right spot. My stop is now at 102.57. And if I get hit, I'll walk away with a $1,261 profit. So guys, this is super easy to do. And if you're a visual trader like me, you gotta love it. So here we go, daily chart. Here's my current stop loss level. I like this little pullback here to around 30.50. I'm gonna move my stop loss up to that level. All I have to do is just grab this line and drag it up. Boom, now my stop loss level will be working right there. Again, I'm on the development version, so that's what's kind of, it reverts back. It'll pop up. There it goes. It'll pop up in a second. Now it's official. My stop loss order is working there. So I'm just going to go through these quickly and adjust my stops. You'll notice when I adjust my stops, I always adjust them in the direction of the trend. I never move my stops down. That's a big, big no-no. I'm going to leave this stop where it is. I'm going to Chesapeake's looking good. That's a nice little break. I'm going to drag my stop up to there. Again, guys, these are not scientific levels. They're not based on an ATR or trailing stop loss or anything like that. I'm just going off obvious chart levels, okay? Yes, I'll get whipsawed out of some trades from time to time. It happens. That's the cost of doing business. But you know what? The big trends, the big winners, the ones that work, I'm going to catch all of those, and they're all going to survive this test. So I'm going to keep moving these stop loss orders up. I'm almost done here, and then we'll get back into the questions. I'll leave that for now. I'll leave that. As we get down closer to the bottom of this list, a lot of these stocks are going to stay. This one, I'm just going to drag my stop loss order up to my break even. That blue horizontal line shows my entry price. So I've been in this for a couple of weeks now. I don't want to turn a winner into a loser. So I'm just going to drag my stop up to kind of just break even. I'm going to drag this one up a little bit, at least below that big candle. So some of these stop adjustments are small and some are big. This one's a big move. I'm going to move that up. Great. You guys, you see how easy this is? I mean, I say it every week, but I love this. This is so easy. When you're managing a large portfolio of positions like I am here, this is how I keep my life simple, right? I look for obvious levels of support on the charts, and then I could easily drag my stop loss orders and let the positions work. Let them do their thing, right? I mean, when a stock's working, when a position's working, the best thing you can do is just sit there and do nothing. Let it do its thing, right? As Jesse Livermore would say, and I'm paraphrasing, his best money was made by sitting on his hands. And I'm taking that same philosophy with these swing trades. Now, I know, I'll repeat it and I'll say it again. This is the simulated trading account, guys. So I wish these were all open profits in my actual trading account. That would be nice. But I do swing trading in my personal accounts. I usually do it via options, however. I'm more of an options trader. But I use this same mentality with my trading for watching my positions and staying in trends. I have stop loss levels that I follow and I drag my stops up, just like I'm doing here. It's the same philosophy. I'm never going to get out on the top. Let's just get that out of the way. Get that notion out of the way. I never sell at the top. I'm not trying to sell at the top. Because if I'm trying to sell at the top, I will often get whipsawed out of trades. And nobody wants to get whipsawed. Or I'm sorry, if I try to sell at the top, I'll often sell and then the thing will just keep going and I'll miss out on a whole bunch of extra profits, which is no fun. Okay, I think I got all my stops updated. We're good. All right. Yes, Siri, I only move my stop loss up. And the 5% is yes. For me, and this is just me, I'm not saying 5% is the right number, but when I first place my trades, my original stop loss is always 5% away from the stock price. So let's say I'm buying a $100 stock. My initial stop will be at 95 bucks. That's 5% away. Now, I'm not advocating that everybody should go out there and just start using 5% stops. There's definitely better and smarter ways to place your stops. I particularly love ATR, average true range based stops, okay? But I like to keep my life simple and I like to manage a whole lot of positions and I'm not micromanaging anything. I'm not trying to squeeze every nickel out of every trade. I'm just trying to catch big trends. And for me, having a simple 5% stop loss makes me comfortable in being able to catch big trends. But you guys can come up with your own initial stop loss orders or levels. That's great. But once I have my stop loss order in, the only direction I will move that stop loss order is up. I will never move it down. Again, I'm a long trader, so I'm only trading on the long side with these swing trades. I will always move my stop loss level up. And is $200 a smart stop? No. $200 is just the number that I'm comfortable with. I'm comfortable risking $200 per trade. That number could be totally different for you. Depends on what the size of your trading account. All right. Smarter people than me, smarter and more successful traders than me, almost uniformly agree that risking more than 2% of your equity on any one trade is a terrible idea. Okay? Most successful traders that I know will rarely risk more than 1% of their capital on any one trade. So whatever 1 or 2% represents to you, that should be how much you do not exceed in your risk on any one trade. So let's say you have a $100,000 account. You shouldn't risk more than $2,000 in any one trade, maybe even less than $1,000 in any one trade. Cool, Siri. I'm glad you like it. And guys, so what Siri is doing, and I'm happy to share with you, is if you guys follow me on Stock Twits, That's really the best place to follow it because I'll put it out every day. Every afternoon in the last hour of the day, I will put out on StockTwits the list of stocks that I entered for swing trading. And in fact, I will, let me get the link here for you guys if you guys want it. If you want to, you know what, I don't have it open, so bear with me 1 second. I'm on a different monitor here. Different monitor, gotta pull it up. Okay, let me get the link to share. Copy link. Okay, so I'm going to put it here in the chat panel. The curated, I call it the curated AI swing trade watch list. So if you go to this, it's a Google spreadsheet. You'll have to click on it and ask for permission or ask for me to share it with you. I'll happily share it with you. I'll get the notification that you want access to it. It's totally free. Don't worry about that. But if you click that link, I'll give you access, and I tweet out a link to that, or I put it out on StockTwits every day, mentioning the stocks that I've added. So you'll always see the most recent additions on this spreadsheet for over the past week. Okay, so I see a bunch of you guys coming in requesting access. I'm giving it to you right now. Stand by. And so I update this. List just about every day, usually in the last hour of the trading day. Some days we don't make any additions because there's no trades to make. Oops. Okay. All right, guys, I see a bunch of you just requested access. I just confirmed all of you that requested, so you should have access to it. I mean, the spreadsheet's nothing exciting. It's nothing exciting, but this is where I do keep the list, and you can see there's 7 names up there right now. These are the 7 names most recently added over the last week. And when I add the new trades at the end of the day, I'll post them up here, and I'll tweet out on StockTwits that I added them, and in the tickers. So and by the way, I am at Chicago Sean on StockTwits. So in fact, let me find my StockTwits page here. I don't know if you guys are on StockTwits. I know many of you are. Let me find my StockTwits profile page. I'll put that link in here too. Copy. Okay, so I just put the link into my StockTwits page. So if you guys want to follow me on StockTwits, you could even set, cool thing on StockTwits is you can set notifications to get notified anytime I send out a tweet on StockTwits. So you'll be alerted when I do updates to this list. Okay, I see a couple more of you requested access coming in. Incoming, here they come. All right. Okay, let me get back to the questions panel here. If Siri wants to know, how do I quantify the amount of shares I buy? It's based on the risk.
Okay, Sean, I found some web results.
Hold on.
I'll send them to your iPhone.
Siri is talking to me because of a Siri's name. I got a Google Home here, or an Apple, what do you call that? Apple HomePod here on my desk, and it's listening to me and it thinks I'm talking to it. How do I quantify the shares I buy? It's a simple math equation, guys. I'm risking $200 per trade. My stop loss is 5% away. So we do the math and determine how many shares to buy. So for example, if I'm buying a stock, if I'm buying a $100 stock and my stop loss would be 5% away, which is 95, right? That means that stock, my stop loss is $5 away. Well, if I'm willing to risk $200 of my capital and my stop loss is $5 away, I divide 200 by 5. The result is 40. That's how many shares I buy. I buy 40 shares of stock, because if I lose $5 per share times 40 shares, that's $200. That's the math. So you'll notice here in my position blotter, all these positions, I got 51 shares of new, I got 148 shares of QFin, I got 48 shares of Dick's Sporting Goods, I got 64 shares of IMAB. These numbers, the share sizes are different for every stock, but the risk was the same. if my original stop loss were to have gotten hit on any one of these stocks, I would have lost $200 approximately, thanks to the proper share size. So it's just simple math, guys. Anand, stop loss on options. Well, it's totally different with options. I don't put a stop loss on my options trade. Like if I'm long a call option, for example, I don't leave a resting order to sell my option if it breaks, a value. Like if it goes like below $1, right? I don't do that because a stop loss order on options is a license to kill for a market maker. They're going to fill you on the bid. And as you know, if you trade options, the bid-ask spreads can sometimes be pretty large, especially if there's a massive move happening. So no, I don't use stop losses on options. But what I do is I watch the charts of the stock and I have a stop loss level. And if that level gets broken, then I start working an exit to get out of my options. So for example, here's a stock I'm watching really closely. I'm not bragging. This is not a brag, but I'm long this EVRI with options. I'm currently long the June 17.5 calls. I'm also long the June 20 calls. I've been in this trade for several months, and it's finally working. But you can see the daily chart right here. What I'm doing is I got a stop loss. I don't have it shown right here, but I could put it in here. Let's go. Let's just do a top my toggle. This is the level I'm watching. So the low of this little reaction we had one day last week, that's my low. So I'm going to keep holding my long calls as long as this level holds. I'm giving it some room. Now it's going to be a trailing stop as we get closer and closer to June expiration, which is coming up in a couple of weeks. I'm going to keep dragging this stop loss level up as long as the stock keeps moving my way. So I don't have a stop loss on my option position, but I am watching chart levels. And when the chart level is broken, then I work to exit my position. But you know what? That's a little off topic here for what we're doing here. This is the Q&A for software questions about trade ideas. So for those of you who missed the preamble when we started, this is the live Q&A, and we got about 20 minutes left. So if you have questions about the trade ideas software or any features or layouts or anything like that, this is your place to ask those questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. And if this is your first time here, welcome. Thanks for being here. We do this every trading day at noon Eastern. We have a different rotating cast of characters. I typically do Mondays. Steve Gomez is the man on Tuesday. Michael Noss usually does Wednesdays, and Jamie Hodge usually does Thursdays. Andy Lindloff usually does Fridays, and we'll mix Chris Varley in every once in a while to fill in for somebody who's maybe on vacation or traveling or needs a day off or whatever. So Chris will pop in there every so often. So different people, different voices, different ideas, different experience levels. So come on back if you have the bandwidth and the time. Come on back every day. I promise you, someone's going to ask a question about something that you didn't know we had, a feature you didn't know we had, or a way to use a feature that you didn't know you can do. It's worthwhile if you got the time. Barry's hit me back channel here. Let me talk to him for a sec. Okay, and then in the options channel, just shows the volume but not the series. Am I missing something? Okay, so you're asking about our options channel. Let me stretch out my channel bar here a little bit. We have a options channel. Scroll down here. Let's pull it up. God, we have so many channels. We could probably get rid of 75% of these channels if it was up to me. Okay, unusual options channel. Here it is. Now, first thing you need to know, Anand, is that our options data is extremely limited. Trade Ideas software is not built for hardcore options trading, okay? We do not have strike-specific data, expiration-specific data, spreads data, volatility data, all the things that a serious options trader needs to trade options. We are not that, okay? We are not the platform for options traders. We have a very limited options data set. And in fact, I'll show you. If I open up a topless window here and I go into the search tab and just type in options, you will see the totality of our options data. And this is it. These 6 filters are all we have. And as you can see, they're all based on total volumes, okay? You're not going to get any color on which contracts the volume traded in, what strike prices, what expiration series, none of that. You're just getting total options volume. All this data is intended to do is to highlight stocks that are seeing unusual options activity that might help a stock trader make a better informed decision on a stock trade to make. All right. So on the options channel, what you're basically seeing here, these topless and multi-strategy window here, are just basically highlighting stocks that are having unusual options activity. It's real basic, okay? Unfortunately, but the options data set is a very challenging data set to work with, and it's very resource heavy, and the coup de grace, very expensive. So if we were to supply all this data to our customers, many of you who don't use it would be pretty unhappy about having to pay extra money for the options data. So it's just not something that we work on. So a good question, Anand. And yeah, I am an options trader. That's primarily what I do. I do the occasional stock swing trade, but I use different platforms for my options data because that's just, trade is just not built for it. We're built for the equity trader in mind. I heard a rumor that one day we would have cryptocurrencies data on this platform, but yeah, I'm not, I'll believe it when I see it, as they say. All right, folks, we have a little lull in the action here. If anyone has any questions, please fire them in there. Fire them in there. See how Holly's doing today. I'm going to click on the Omni AI channel. The Omni AI, many of you will notice on our channel bar, we have 3 Holly channels: the Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, and the Neo AI. Those are the 3 Holly channels. The Omni AI channel, it's just a catch-all channel. It's just a bucket where all the trades across all 3 Holly channels, you can see them all in one place. So these are all the trades. So you can see in total, she's done 5 long trades and 3 short trades. Looks like she's down today so far. A lot of day left. A lot of trading day left, but risking $100 per trade. In total, she's down about $168. If you were risking $100 per trade on every one of these trades, you'd be down about $168 down. No big deal. Certainly we can come back from that. Plenty of time. Holly did have some, had multiple $1,000 plus days last week, which was nice to see. Siri, that's the only reason I exit a swing trade, is when it hits my stop. That's it.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm never trying to catch the top in a swing trade. I have my resting stop loss orders, my trailing stop, and I review them at least once a week and adjust my stops accordingly up. But I wait for the stop to get hit. I never get out at the top, because if I try to get out at the top, inevitably I will sell something that will just keep going. Right? Like, just because I have this chart up here, what if I was long UPS and I'd been long all along here, great trade, and then boom, here on April 28th we had a big gap up. And what if I said, oh man, we just had a big move up, I gotta sell. Okay, well, I would have booked a nice gain. That's all well and good, but look what I would have missed out on. This thing kept going. Instead, the way I ride these things is I have a trailing stop. So if I'm in this trade and we have a big gap, well, great. My stop is down here, and as the stock moves up, my trailing stop kind of follows below it. Right now, if I was in this position, my stop loss would probably be kind of resting right here around 205, 207. with, hoping that maybe we ride even higher. I'm not in this trade currently. I wish I was. Looks like a nice one. Although my son is invested in UPS in his in his little Robinhood account. He earns dividends and he's doing pretty well. I mean, look at this. I mean, he's been in it for a couple of years now. He's had a good run in UPS. My 7-year-old son is crushing the market. So folks, we have got a little less than 15 minutes left to hang out with you, at which point you could stay right here on this page, right here on YouTube, and it'll switch back to Barry in the live trading room. And guys, if this is your first time here again, you can bookmark this YouTube page that we're on right now. If you bookmark this and come back at any time during live trading hours, we will be streaming live here. When we're not doing the live Q&A, the Q&A just goes from 12 to 1 Eastern every day. But outside of that time, the rest of the market hours, we're simulcasting the free live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. So there's always going to be content coming on through here during market hours. So bookmark this link and you can just access it with one click. Super easy. GI, yes, you bookmark the link, and if you refresh it, if you just access it anytime every day, you'll see the updates. Absolutely. Yes, you will. He's talking about my swing trade list. Oh, GI, and I see I have not given you access yet. Give me 1 second. I got to update something over here. We're starting to, oops, hold on. Okay, GI and Be Good, you guys are getting access right now. You should be ready to roll. Okay. Bear with me 1 sec, guys. All right. Okay. So I just handling a little something back channel. Well, I'm glad you guys are finding interest in this swing trade list. Like I said, all these trades that you see here in my Brokerage Plus, all these trades that look nice and green, every single one of those were chosen from Holly, and I publish all those stocks every day on that spreadsheet. So you could be up to date with everything I enter. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. Sorry, my spreadsheet design skills are not so sexy. It's not the most visually appealing spreadsheet. But you know what? That's how we do it. I don't know how that got uncentered right there. There we go. But it works. It works. Anybody playing these meme stocks? What's AMC doing today? Oh, AMC up again. I've got no position in these. If you guys listen to our CEO, Dan Merkin, he's a big fan of the AMC. He's trading this thing. He's long the AMC and the GME. He's on a crusade. And he's winning. Right? Awesome. So this GME, wow. Looking pretty good. How long will these meme stock trades work? Who knows, man? Who knows? What's the other one? Cost is another one. A lot of big moves out there, that's for sure. What interesting times we live in. So does anybody have any questions? I want to go back to the Strength Alerts channel real quick. Does anybody have any questions about the Strength Alerts? It's pretty, if you're a swing trader, I mean, this is a great little resource for you. In fact, let me find the link for you guys. If you guys want to see the back tested results, the back tested and forward tested results, I got a link here. I'm going to put it in the chat. TI strength. If you go to this link, you'll see a spreadsheet or a chart that shows the performance of the TI strength alerts, and that performance is based very simply on a simple strategy of buying each one of these stocks at the open on Monday. So this list comes out over the weekend, right? You'll have it before Monday's opened. And so if you were to just, the results that you'll see there at that link, if you had just bought these stocks, these 5 stocks at the open on Friday, just, market order, market buy right at the open, and held those stocks all week, and then exited the following Monday at the open, and then rotated into the next new 5 stocks. So basically every Monday, right, you're closing the old 5 stocks and opening the new 5 stocks all at the open on Monday morning. If you do that week after week after week, the performance has been simply amazing. Simply amazing. So if you're somebody that, you don't have the wherewithal to day trade, or you don't have the time, maybe you have another job, you're just busy throughout the day, you just can't sit and watch every tick of the market, which I know that's many of you, myself included. You might want to start playing around with these TI strength swing trades, right? And by the way, you don't have to just hold them for 5 days. I mean, there's no rule that says you have to. I'm just telling you that the results that you see at that link that I shared there, that's how those results were calculated. Basically just 5-day holds for these trades, and pretty damn nice. But if you want to put those trades on and manage them your own way, by all means, more power to you. Maybe you'll outperform. Who knows? No, you don't know until you try, that's for sure. But boy, the results are fantastic. In fact, I've been toying with getting my son's little Robinhood account involved in these names. I mean, no reason not to. I probably should. So yeah, TI Strength Alerts, guys. Make sure you make that channel a regular part of your week. And one of the other newer, more updated channels for us is this Buzzworthy channel. This is all these stocks are stocks that are being heavily talked about across the social medias for whatever reason. Where there's a lot of investor social interest, oftentimes that means there's a trade opportunity. And in fact, I see you, Anand, talking about being long Beyond Meat calls. Well, Beyond is one of those stocks showing up right here. It's right here in the Buzzworthy top list. So, hey, you got a stock that's working and you got the crowd talking about it. That's pretty good. You got the wind in your sails there, Anand. I like it. I mean, from a swing trading perspective, this looks like a really great setup. Stock breaking out here. I'm loving that setup. Good on you, Anand. Looks like a good trade. Very nice. Very nice. Steven, if you are not seeing the Wall Street Bets Stocks channel or the Strength Alerts channel, that means you're running an outdated version of our software. So you're going to want to go update. We are now running. Well, actually, I'm on a development version here. The version I'm running is 4.2.233. But if you want to go here, I'll get you the link here. Just go to this link here. It says download there. Go to that link and scroll down to the beta version. I mean, we always have 2 versions up that you could download. You could download the production version, or if you scroll down, you could download the beta version. We always tell people, just go ahead and download the beta version. It's remarkably stable. it's still technically beta, but it's got everything you need. So go there and update your software. It'll just take a minute. Super easy to do. You don't need to remove anything or destroy anything, and all of your saved layouts will still be there. You're not going to lose anything. But just follow the prompts on the screen. It's super easy to do. It just takes a minute to upload or to update your software. I've always advocated, but I'm not a developer, and so they don't care what I think. But I've always advocated that I wish our software would just auto update. Like whenever we push out a new version, I wish it would just auto update for everybody, so everybody has the latest version. I mean, that's what my trading software does. I trade through Thinkorswim and Tastyworks, and every time they have a new software version, it just automatically updates. I don't have to do anything. I don't know why we can't do that. Yeah, Steven, believe me, I've asked for it, but the developers don't care what Sean thinks. That's not true. Our developers are great guys. We're all friends. Everything's good. Everything's copacetic, but they have their own priorities and they have their list of things to do, and only so many hours in the day to do it. So, folks, we got about 3 minutes left here, so I'm going to issue last call for questions. Last call for questions, guys. If you don't get it in, no worries. We do these again. We'll be back again tomorrow at noon Eastern, every trading day throughout the week, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern. All right, and then what for AI trading? Which one is good, E-Trade or Interactive? Well, Interactive is the one we've had for the longest. E-Trade, we're still, it's relatively new. It's still a little bit buggy. I'm hearing. I mean, I don't trade it, so I don't know, but I'm hearing from the developers that it's still a little bit buggy. So, I mean, if you're agnostic as far as which brokerage to use, I would use Interactive, at least for now. Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Steven, I feel like the Wall Street Bets channel was launched at least, as far back as January, I feel like, or February. Maybe in February we launched that channel. Well, basically, whenever the GME story first started happening. So let's pull up a chart. When did GME have that first big breakout? That was February, right? Like right around end of January, early Feb. So it was right about then when we launched that channel. So it sounds like you haven't updated your software in at least 6 months. We've had several iterations since then, Stephen. Now, don't worry, you haven't missed a whole lot. Our developers are pushing out new beta versions every couple of weeks. Most of the time, the fixes are just incremental bug fixes, back end stuff that you won't even notice on the UI, on the user interface. Still good to do those updates whenever you can. But most updates, it's not like you're missing anything. But we do occasionally roll out new features, and so you want to have the latest version up at all times. Yeah, well, as long as your scanners are still killing it, no need to change anything, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that, buddy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I had one trader talking to me the other day about he built a strategy on trade ideas, and he was talking to me about how he was making good money for him. He had a small account. I think he had like a $40,000 account, and he was making $500, $600, $700 a week pretty consistently. And he was asking me, hey, how do I make this better? How do I fix it? I'm thinking about employing this new riskier thing. And I said to him, hey man, if it ain't broke, why fix it? $500 a week on a $400,000 or on a $40,000 account, that's pretty damn good. If you did that consistently for the rest of your life, you would outperform 95% of the best hedge fund managers in the world. So cool your jets, my friend. All right, guys, we have reached the end of our session. I'm just going to check with Barry to make sure he's ready to take the handoff. And then this channel will revert back to the free trading room with Barry Einerson, and he will take you all the way up to the close. And if you're unaware of what Barry is or what the trading room is, you're basically looking over the shoulder of an actual trader trading with real money, using Trade Ideas software to guide his every trading decision. So what's better than that, right? You can see the software actually in action. with a real trader running his trading life through it. So I'll just hang here before. If I pass the screen back to Barry before he switched it on his side, then I'll lose everybody and I'll lose all of you, and then y'all have to come re-log in, which is no fun. So I'm going to go quiet here, folks, on mute, and I will pass it back to Barry when he's ready. Happy trading to all of you. Hope you have a great trading day, and tune back in tomorrow if you have more questions. Noon Eastern, Steve Gomez will be your host. Stand by for Barry, everybody.
All right, guys, VCNX. VCNX, what's the float like? 14.9 million in the float. Some volume coming in, 2 million shares now. This will, I didn't see this one at all. Look at the pre-market action, nothing. No clue this was going to happen for VCNX. I have no idea if RMED is going to move up again today. I never know if people are kidding when they. I have no idea. How will I know? How will anybody know? Seriously. It's up 52%, 2.6 million. I mean, it's traded the float now. Say about 35 times the float. I mean. Could it keep going? Of course. But, you're going to need some volume to come in. VCNX is your, okay, Ija. That's just probably, I might have missed that one. All right, so all the, well, I shouldn't say all of them, but certainly GME, AMC, BB, MVIS. It's amazing how they're all really trading in tandem. Some red bars now forming on the 15 minutes. All trading in tandem. Loop, 1274 for Loop. What is Loop doing? Loop had a big day on had a big week last week. Actually, it was Thursday. Friday. It had a huge day on Friday. Low float, 18 million in the float. I think it had some news. I can't remember what the news was. Next high looking left on the monthly is 1337 or so. Just want to see if this settles down a bit. Yeah, owl is, I mean, it was just hard for me to hold it. But yeah, I mean, it's still, obviously hindsight if I just held on to it. But I say, I mean, if this closes well, guys, I mean, there's no reason why this won't have, continuation. If it closes well, all-time high right now for OWL. SPY is really doing absolutely nothing today. It's just kind of drifted down, then no big moves. All right, so VCNX is through the 200-day moving average, but coming into that $3 level. And what did I say? 276. What is the next high looking? 304. 304 in that weekly. That's back in April. I don't know if that'll stall. This could turn into a short play. Well, this is certainly not ready to short yet, this VCNX. I don't see any specific news. I know they're supposed to present at the Global Healthcare Virtual Conference. That was news on the 3rd after hours, but I don't see any specific news unless, traders are just thinking it's going to be good news. GI, no. There's no way to add a column that has a symbol list name in it. No. Yeah, so what you're asking, I don't know if you can hear me, but what you're asking is we cannot do. I don't know if you can hear me. Look at the volume that's coming into VCNX also, guys. I mean, look at the volume. Tons of volume coming in. There's about 1 million shares right here in these last two 15-minute candles. I'm sorry, in the 5-minute candles. Look at the volume right there. Is that what it is? Okay, thank you. JB, I'll take your word for it. I haven't followed it at all. Cargo or Carguru or whatever, CARG. Yeah, it looks like you could get stopped out if you took the trade. You know what? BlackBerry is kind of doing its thing. The other ones had, come on. The other ones had a bit of pullback on the 15s. This one is not. Yeah, but Aja, it's not an Amex stock. Look at the volume coming into VCNX. Well, at some point, this could turn into a great short. At some point, through the 200-day. Software. They're definitely in software. They don't make cell phones anymore. They're a software. Their whole business is software. I'm giving you a. I'm just teasing you, Aja. There's a little disconnect, guys. BlackBerry, BB. BB is a little bit of a disconnect going on here. Look at AMC. All I'm saying is look at AMC. Here's that red bar. Look at GME. We have a red bar. Come on, red bar. I'm going to show. I don't have to show you them all, but look at BlackBerry. It might be because it's cheap, you know, and yeah, look, I mean, this is getting very, looks like an interesting short developing for VCNX. For a while anyway. I mean, there's a big topping tail right here. Two of them on the 2-minute chart. All right, here's another one that I've not really seen before. Looks like this was an IPO back here, ATHA. And this is starting to move here. This is all today. I mean, it looks like there's the monthly candle, but it's basically today. Look at the volume for ATHA. Tell you guys, BlackBerry is definitely trading on its own right now. Now, I don't mean to say the other ones are collapsing, but this did not put in that red candle like the other ones did. All right, guys, we have we have a fairly big topping tail for VCNX up here, 324. Buyers, sellers knocked it down to 311. Buyers took it up to 317. I mean, this is not dramatic or anything, but we have a couple of topping tails now on the 15-minute chart for VCNX. Let's see what happens on this candle here. You know, listen, it could zoom up, of course. So I just want to keep an eye on this VCNX to see if these two topping tails are going to mean anything. Again, guys, I have a feeling it's just because this is, you know, cheaper, BB, 1635. So it just took 1635 out, which was the high on Friday. All right, now they're all coming back. I mean, the second, I'm looking at AMC, GME, and MVIS. They're all coming back now. So BlackBerry was the only one that did not have a red bar right there. Or right there, I should say. Let me check the volume out here. Yeah, I mean, the volume was increasing also on that 15. You see the increase right there. Of course they're all pumps, James. We all know that. I mean, but the power that they've got is pretty extraordinary. I missed it. VCNX. I kept talking about it, and then I got distracted with the other three stocks. So we'll see. We'll see if this takes out three. The VCNX takes out three. Takes out three. This could have a nice drop. It's going to be so good. Okay, let's see why it's going to be so good. What, to short or to go long? This has a $6 price target put on by Morgan Stanley, MS. It's possible. It's definitely chopping around all day. I mean, after that, I mean, you know why it's up, because of the Morgan Stanley upgrade. Price target is 6. Okay, I've got to wait for a 3 break on this VCNX to see if it takes that out. If it, you know, like these 2 topping tails here on the 15-minute chart. Only problem is you have a bit of a bottoming tail there too, so a little indecision on this one, but we'll see. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it right now? 1:22. Should be back about 1:25. Okay, yeah, really, I know you mentioned OCGN earlier. OCGN earlier. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, what a ramp up. Another one that just, look at these weekly charts, topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. Okay, Marine, you are, yeah, so you're pumping a little too much, okay? Okay, you have an opinion, we get it, but you know, when you say is about to go to 4, I mean, you don't know that. Nobody knows it. I know, yeah, I know Morgan Stanley put a $6 price target on it, but I'm just going to delete that post, okay? And yeah, you're pumping way too much. Way too much. Listen, it might happen, but this is not that sort of a room, okay? In fact, and just so you know, if you do it again, I'm going to have to ban you, okay? It's okay to have an opinion about something, but you can't be obsessive about it. All right, well, VCNX, remember I was saying that at one point that was a nice big topping tail. Not anymore, so this is not over. This Eric was a nice short all day almost. Just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, topping tails can signify the top, Assyria. I mean, that's the whole idea. You know, maybe the top has been put in. Every time you see these, you know, I mean, here it is again. You know, you like to see really dramatic ones. I mean, these aren't too bad, but you know, remember what this means. It means at one point the price was up here, 329. The sellers have knocked it down so far to 315. But I mean, this candle still has another minute. But you know, topping tails just can mean that, you know, finally, especially you get a 2 or 3 in a row, that the stock is topped out and might be ready for a short. The reverse, the bottoming tails could be, you know, just the reverse. You get a bunch of bottoming tails in a row, and that could signify a bounce. Now I mean, boy, it's getting close. I mean, it's so close. Let's see, you take out 3. Not bad. You're right, though. I mean, that's an incredible. When did it get halted? Was it halted? Oh, so this was halted earlier. Okay. And so did somebody say that IC? This is something with Alzheimer's, right? Biogen, and now also ACIU. Neuro. Okay, yeah, that sounds like Alzheimer's. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, I know there's a huge difference between Biogen and ACIU and any of the other ones. Yeah, I mean it's a. And let me just read about it a little bit. I mean, obviously. Yeah, for a while anyway. Yeah, something else that moves actually on fundamentals, especially, well, of course, this can happen with a bio. Of course, the reverse could have happened, you know. We've seen the bios also drop hundreds of dollars when something is not approved. But that is a huge, you're right, you're absolutely right though. That is a one massive, massive pop. So what else is, has anything to do with Alzheimer's? There was another one that I recall a little while ago that really raced higher. Not a super cheap one. Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree, Shoes. Well, I don't know. Do these guys have anything to do with that also? No. Okay. We're just trying to see if some of these small ones, that have any association with Alzheimer's. Was it ANVS? You were right. Yeah, you're absolutely right because that one spiked on Alzheimer's news also. But I don't think this was this was just stage trials, I guess. Biogen is completely different if it's approved. Thanks, guys. Yeah, thank you, Gary and Don. Boy, BB not dead yet. All right, guys, VCNX. Let's see let's see what happens here. Not expecting too much, actually. Now that I see it, could have a lot of stalling right around 280. And here's the ACIU. I don't know, Zach, if Zach is still... Wow, look at it now. Took a while. And this U1. Yeah, I'm not expecting too much from this VCNX. Look right here, could be some resistance right around here, 280. Any sign of strength that I'm going to be out of this short. Wow, look at AMC. It looks like it is going to, what's the high right there? 59.68. You must be watching the not the same market, Mike. We've had tremendous movement in the meme stocks, certainly the AMCs, the GMEs, the Blackberries. Yeah, Friday was a tough one for BlackBerry. There's no question. But today, not so much. Clean energy also, guys, another meme stock. Clean energy, CLNE, on the move. It just took out, I think it just took out the high there. What is it, 1073? Yeah. So now we're at the day's high. Still have a ways to go to get the Friday's high, 1124. And there it goes. There goes clean energy. CLNE. CLNE. I'm just waiting on this VCNX to see if it gets into the low 80s, high 70s, something like that. And Biogen just resumed. BIIB just resumed. All right, guys, I'm getting a little, maybe a little bit bored of the VCNX. I don't know if it's going to, I'm short at 296, so I mean, I'm not, I'll probably cover it there if it gets back up there. AI, or AI, you know what I mean? AEYE. Let's see. There's a 200-day, so that's not terrible. I mean, it's a couple of dollars away. There's just no volume. 107,000 shares. It's a very low float. $20 stock with 5 million in the float can be really dangerous. Had a great day. I mean, but it's not a lot of volume. I mean, even the relative volume is only 1.2, so it's not really trading super abnormally, even though it's it's a little bit over abnormal. But so I have no feel for this. Sorry. When it's a low float and not very much volume. Actually, but you brought AEI. Yeah, this is one that I'm really interested maybe tomorrow to see what happens with it. It just didn't break out through 514. But you can just see we've got 3 topping tails right at the same price. If it can take that out tomorrow, look at the room it's got, and that is the AEI. Oh, really? You're tormenting him. Yeah, it's just not quite ready yet. I tell you, though, if it takes out 5 at some point, probably won't happen today. All right, so you guys, with the U1, here is one that typically trades along with it. Hasn't really done that, though, over the last little while, but BYFC can trade along with U1. All right, guys, I am out of the VCNX flat. I had a little bit of a profit on it, but I was looking for more. No, I know, real. Okay, VCNX, what are you doing to me here? Well, I might get interested, as I just says, this might hold, the 285 might hold. If it takes that out, though, I probably maybe re-enter my short because it has a lot of room underneath on a percentage basis that it could possibly drop. So that's my plan. Yes, Assyria, yes. I just told you, I just talked about the VCNX. I was short the VCNX. I traded Owl earlier. And Lizzie on the short. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, remember I put this FUV just to see what would happen on a take it on a pullback. It's starting to pull back to that price. This is in the simulator. Yeah, actually, you're right. 279 is the 200-day moving average. Also, you're right. So that might be support for it. Yeah, having seen that now, yeah, I may not as attractive to me. I don't know why I missed that. Well, now it is starting to move. I'm not in it anymore, but let's see what happens at that 200-day moving average. I mean, maybe it holds it, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't hold it, You know, it's probably got room down to that 250 mark. Is that one shortable? Couldn't remember if that was shortable or not. Yeah, it is shortable. At Interactive Brokers. Actually, a lot. I'm surprised. I think when we first started seeing this one back in these days here, I don't think it was shortable. I may be wrong, but what a move, though. I mean, what a move this month. I mean, it's only 7 days into the month, not 7 trading days, but look at this move. Of course, most of it is here. All right, guys, I'll be right back. And again, at 2 o'clock, there is this development meeting that I'll attend. So I'll be on mute. I'll be around. I'll be able to answer text-wise. I just won't be, I'll just have my mic off. Well, this one's can be very crazy. This RVP, retractable technologies, trying to get a lot more in my options scanner. I'm very surprised. Used to only get about 2 or 3 a day. Now I'm getting about 10. Just means lots of activity. Woo, yeah, look at AMC, look at GME, look at BB, look at CLNE, look at MVIS. All taking a tumble here, guys. Good point, Gary. Yeah, you won moving on Juneteenth. Well, I saw that too. I saw that too in terms of the SEC. I don't know what they can do. I'll be honest. I have no idea what they can do unless you make it. Unless you say you can't trade, in those stocks anymore. I don't know what they can like. What can they actually do? All right, guys. I'm going to be in this meeting, so I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. A long meeting, a lot was discussed, so I just am back in time just to shut down. Any questions? Any questions before I do shut down? There's a few things I have to do based on this meeting, so if there are no questions, I might just shut down now, but I'll certainly stick around if there are some questions. I'm just noticing all these, all the meme stocks just taking a tumble. No, I didn't even get a shirt. Ah, man. Yeah, I see that RMED really took off while I was gone. Really took off. Yeah, so everybody, have a good time. Have a good evening, everybody. I don't have to go quite yet. I just want to, I'll stick around if there's some questions. Wow, look at that owl. Owl could be really interesting tomorrow. Keep an eye on the owl tomorrow. OWL. Had a great day today. Had a great 3 days, actually. So look at this. I mean, it's about a 50%, not quite, but a 50% run in the third day. Yeah, the VCNX did not really tumble, so it did not really tumble. It got down to what, 276, got basically to the 200-day moving average, the area. And now, and look at the volume coming in. Big spike up to 320, pulled back, but lots of volume. Now this is a meme stock that did not take a tumble, CLOV. Oh my. Okay, guys. Wow, BlackBerry just taking a beating now. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up now. Again, I'll stick around if there's some questions, but going once, going twice, 3 times. I think I'll wrap it up now. Say there's a few things I have to do based on that meeting I was just in. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all the help today. We'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.